joining me. We are officially starting now. And I want to just say welcome. We're going to have a great day. It's 11 o'clock my time. We are going to be working until 6 o'clock my time, and we will take a 1 hour break at around 2:15ish or so my time. So that's in about 3 hours. Let's see, I'm going to go through a few things before we officially get started. A little background about me is that I've been working with colored pencils, I don't know, maybe 15, 20 years. And I love to teach as much as I love to draw. So that's something I've been doing online, traveling around the country, doing on cruises, and I look forward to getting back to that someday. But for now, Zoom classes are good and we can stay connected, and that's an excellent thing. A few housekeeping issues. What I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be muting you ultimately, and then I'm going to be spotlighting my space. So right now I'm going to spotlight my space. So that is what you see. I'm now going to change the screen so you can see my email address. This little thing right here, I'm going to bring the camera in. This is what I want you to have with my email and my phone in case we get disconnected. This has happened before where the internet gets wonky or something happens. I did get kicked off of Zoom once. So just know that if that happens, just stay on. I will rejoin, or if everything shuts down, I'll get in touch with you. But these are the two ways that you can connect with me. Okay, let's get started. Once I mute you, you are not going to be able to talk. However, I want to hear you. I want to hear your comments, I want to hear your questions, and I want to hear your jokes. There's going to be times when we'll be drawing for a long period of time, and there's not a whole lot of teaching that I can do because it's just like we're doing red over red on the strawberry. So I'm going to throw out some discussion questions, and I ask that you do participate if you feel comfortable. So just unmute yourself and just share your thoughts on something. I will not be using the chat option. It's just me. I don't have an assistant. So I'll be teaching, I'll be drawing, I'll be talking, and my head will be down much of the time. So I won't be using the chat option. If you have anything that you want to say, just unmute yourself and I'll certainly answer it on the screen. I want to see your work. A big part of what you paid for is the fact that you are going to get critiqued on what you do, whatever you want to send me. But I also want to tell you that that's not required. If you do the demos with me today and you say, okay, that's good, I'm done, you're fine. But if you do want me to take a look at it, just take a phone photo and send it to that email address. And within a day or two, I'll get back to you with my comments. Now, what some people do is they will send it to me right after the workshop's done. It's 6 o'clock, boom, they send it, they're good. Now, some people decide that they're going to finish the whole project, and I don't see it maybe for a week or 2 weeks or maybe even a month. That's fine too. I'll critique your work until the day I die. I'm here for you. If you have any questions, you just ask me. Within a week of this workshop ending, my webmaster, Mandy, will have prepared a recording for you. It will record from beginning to end. She will send you a link and you just click on that and you can download it into your computer and have it for good. We will not finish the project today. This project is a long project. I'm not sure if you can see this here, but it takes a while. It took me a while, but I'm going to show you how to do everything in it. I'm going to show you how to do this strawberry and this stem. I'm going to show you how to transition a portion of this background from dark left into lighter green light. I'm going to show you how to do this shining glass. So by the end of the day, you will have an awful lot of colored pencil on your paper, and you'll show it to your friend or your husband and he'll say, well, that you didn't get an awful lot done today. Well, yes, you did. You will have gotten an awful lot done because you will know how to do everything in this project. So you have received the demo directions which I'm going to put the screen back on me now. So the demo directions look like this, and you should have them. That's what you want to have next to you. As we go through every demo, we're literally going to be checking them off with our pencil. It gives us a great sense of accomplishment, and we also don't get lost. So I find that very helpful. So you want to have that next to you. The booklet, the tutorial booklet, some of you may have printed it out and some may not have. That's okay. You won't need that for this workshop. However, I will be referring to it with each step. You can just follow me. It's all going to work out fine. But if you do decide to print it, UPS does a nice job. This is called saddle stitch, where the staples are in the middle. Somebody from my last class, I'm not sure if it was Nancy or somebody, had it spiral bound, and that looked really nice too. So UPS does that for a pretty affordable price. Let's see. Just going down through my list. Do you have any questions before we start? Unmute yourself and let me know if you have any questions before we get started. Okay, so I'm going to just check and make sure I have everything and I've told you everything. Yeah, all right. So the first thing we're going to do is I'm going to tell you a little joke, because I'm all about the jokes here. So this is for my villages friends, my friends who are in the villages. All right, so there's an old man, he's sitting on a bench in Spanish Springs. And a lady walks up to him and says, "Oh, are you new here?" And he says, "No, but I have been in jail." "Oh, okay, well, what did you do?" He says, "I killed my wife." "Oh, well, you're single then." All right, starting easy. All right, ladies. Okay, the first thing we're going to do is we are going to do warm-up exercises with our pencils. So warm-up exercises simply means that we're going to get our pencils moving. And these are the pencils that I want you to take out of your pile right now. Here we go. So take a moment. Take those pencils out of your pile and give them a sharpen. I am now going to mute you, ladies. Here we go. Okay. So you're all muted. I won't hear your pencil sharpeners, and I won't hear your parrots, and I won't hear things going on in the background. But I do invite you to unmute yourself if you have any questions, comments, or whatever. So we're going to take, I'm going to say 2 minutes to grab your pencils and sharpen them up. Have a piece of blank paper available so we can start doing these little intro demos. Olive green, white Prismacolor, Spanish orange, lime peel, black Prismacolor, black Stabilo, we'll talk about that pencil pretty soon, and an eraser. All righty, let's get started. first thing I'm going to show you how to do is the strokes. The basic strokes. I'm holding my pencil just like this, just like you would hold a regular pencil. And now I'm going to bring my camera in very tight. Now this is called the circular stroke. I do this for much of what I draw. I will call it the small elliptical stroke. So it's small, it's rounded or elliptical, and it's overlapping. So give that a practice right now. We'll talk about pencil pressure in a minute, but I just want you to get your pencil working over that smooth Bristol paper and just start feeling it. I use this stroke probably 80% of the time in this direction. And then let's do the horizontal stroke, just overlapping. Now I know that there are some people out there who will do this type of individual stroke. I don't generally do that unless I'm doing fur. So just give yourself a little practice, just drawing an overlapping horizontal stroke. And then practice overlapping vertical stroke. Nice and easy. Feel the smoothness of the paper. Feel how creamy this pencil is. Prismacolor pencils have a wax core. So when you combine the wax core with the creamy, smooth Bristol paper, it's absolutely lovely. Now we're going to do a pressure bar. A pressure bar is where I'm going to show you how to start with light pressure and go all the way to heavy pressure. My pressure range is from 1 to 5. So 1, and you can just watch me and then we'll do another one together. 1 is sort of like the whisper stroke. It's light. My pencil is touching the paper and it's just going down very softly. Now I'm increasing my pressure just a little bit. My fingers are coming down a bit more. This is moderate. This is 2 out of 5. I usually work with this pressure when I start a project. So now I'm moving into 3 out of 5, which is medium pressure. This is handwriting pressure. It's how you write your name. My fingers are coming down a little closer to the point. And now I'm going into firm pressure. Now we're going into burnishing. Burnishing is a technique where you're using firmer pressure on your paper. And what that does is it flattens the tooth of your paper. It eliminates the little white specks of paper underneath. And ultimately, it changes the appearance of your drawing into one of a painting. Now I'm going into 5 pressure. This is very firm pressure. This is shouting pressure. So I'm really pressing hard. This will turn that drawing appearance into more of a sleek, painterly appearance, which is what I like. Recently, I posted an artwork by Barbara Edidin on my Facebook site. It's a public post, so you can take a look at it. Barbara Edidin was the one who she first taught me still lifes with colored pencil. And she is absolutely amazing. And she was the one who taught me about burnishing and how that can transform a mere drawing into the look of a beautiful painting. So let's do this together. I'm going to sharpen my pencil. And it's all one. We're just going to do one bar from left to right. So let's start it together on your paper with light pressure. Just go back and forth, overlapping. Keep moving to the right and increase your pressure to moderate. This is 2 out of 5. A very comfortable pressure. Good coverage. Move into 3 pressure. This is handwriting pressure. Now bring your fingers down a little closer to the point and do firm pressure. We're beginning that burnishing. When you burnish and there are other layers of pencil underneath the burnished layer, it melds them together. It's a beautiful thing, and I do an awful lot with my white Prismacolor pencil when I burnish. All right, now swing it over to the right and really put firm pressure on it. Prismacolor pencils are soft. I want your points to break. Press hard enough so that your point breaks. Now, contrary to popular opinion, breaking points are not always a bad thing. I like it when my points break, because when my point breaks, I know that it is now stable enough to keep going and it's probably not going to break again. When you have a broken point, you also have a sharp edge. So if you need to do a sharp line, you can comfortably do that with a broken, jagged edge. So I'm really fine when my point breaks, because now I can actually pick up the speed a little bit and move over an area that I want to burnish. Prismacolor, as you see, throws off an awful lot of pencil dust. That's why we have this pencil. That's why we have this brush. This is a drafting brush, and this is a 7-inch one that I had it so long I don't see where I got it from, but you can get them on Amazon. Some people choose to use really soft makeup brushes, and that's fine too. You just want to have something that flicks the pencil dust off your paper without dragging it and smearing it. So you want to have one. I use two. I have one in my left hand, and then I have one next to my pencil sharpener. So when I sharpen my pencil, I just kind of go like that and get the pencil debris off my pencil. So these are very handy to have. The next thing we're going to do is a blending bar. So the 3 pencils that I want to use are Spanish orange, lime peel, and olive green. So take a minute and grab those pencils. So as colored pencil artists, we don't have palettes where we combine oil paints or acrylic paints. Our palette is right on our paper. So we put down one color, and then we put another color on top of it, and then we put another color on top of that, and so forth. It's not unusual for colored pencil artists to use 8 to 10 different pencils or layers. That's just what we do. Every time we add a layer, we're increasing the richness of the color on the paper. So I tend to work from light to dark, and I develop the richness of my hues as I go from light to dark. But let's just experiment here. Take out your Spanish orange pencil and do a rectangular bar with 2 pressure across your paper. Just like that. Now, one thing I want to say is that I've got a bunch of lights on my space, and I've got a bunch of lights. I've got different room lighting, so my color may not look quite like your color. So I just want to tell you, monitors are different, lights, and so forth. So if my color here looks sort of orangey to me, but it looks yellowy on the screen, that's all right. Just go with what your color is. Okay, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to take our lime peel. Now, lime peel itself looks like that. But if we go 1/3 of the way in and we put it over our Spanish orange, you'll see that the underlying Spanish orange influences what this looks like. So do that on your paper. And once you've applied the lime peel, take your olive green, do a quick little swatch on the right side of that bar. That's the true color of the olive green. But now go 2/3 in and apply that over your bar. And you'll see that it's much lighter. It's influenced by the yellowish orange, and it's influenced by the lime peel. So that's how we blend our colors. Now, just for the heck of it, take your white pencil and let me show you what the white pencil can do. This is one of a few things that I will show you with this white pencil. The white Prismacolor Premier pencil is my magic pencil. It does so much for me. I don't know what I would do without it. With medium pressure, start at the left side, and then you can move into firm pressure, and then just blend across. Look and see how you can blend those colors together into a nice creamy layer of really pretty color. And yes, it does tend to make our colors look rather anemic. That's okay, because when I use my white pencil to burnish and to blend, that's pretty much towards the end of coloring a subject. And I have enough tooth to add more color over it. After you use your white, just take any one of your pencils. I'm using my olive green, and go over that. You'll feel how creamy it is. And if you do need to go darker, this paper will permit that. Now, after you do that, there's a little trick that you can do. If you just can't get pigment to adhere anymore, let's just say we're at 8 to 10 layers of pigment on the paper, and we've burnished our 10th layer, and just, you know, enough is enough. Your paper is shouting to you, and your waxy pigment is saying enough is enough. You're not going to get any more color on here. Well, you just talk to that paper and you just say, yes, I am. I'm going to get more color on there. And the way you do that is you take a sharp point and you go diagonally over it. You can always apply more pigment. When you think you can't, you can. The trick is to have a sharp point, no more than moderate pressure, because if you go in with firmer pressure, it's almost going to scratch it, and it's almost like you're going to emboss a line in there. You're going to dig into it. You don't want to do that. So I love this. You can always get more pressure. Let's just say that you need to darken that green for some reason. Take out your black pencil. And with your black pencil, just skimmy over that green, moderate pressure, just like that. We are darkening the value. The value is the lights and the darks of something, all the way from the highlights to the shadows. We are darkening the value of that green. So go ahead, do that. And then come back in with your olive green. With your olive green, skim over that black. You now have a much darker green. So these pencils give us an awful lot of latitude to just get color down, get it rich. Many people will say to me, and I see it on Facebook all the time, that this paper, this smooth Bristol paper, is just a beast to work with. It doesn't permit a lot of layers. Yes, it does. You just have to know how to work with it. It's very, very good paper. Okay, let's do a burnishing bar now. We did the blending bar. Take your Spanish orange, go all the way across, just like that. Pick up your lime peel, go all the way across. I'm using 2 pressure out of 5. And over just the left half, I want you to burnish with olive green. So I'm using 4 pressures, so go ahead. If your point breaks, don't worry, just sweep it away. It's okay, just keep going. 4 out of 5 pressure. Just like that. Over the right half, pick up your white pencil, and we're going to burnish with white. So you can see the properties of this white pencil. It's melding the underlying colors together. It's turning it into something really smooth, sleek, blended, painterly. And then just like we did in the blending bar, just take your olive green and just go over the far right side. You're getting a feel for how these pencils work. You're getting a feel for how they work with this paper. Now, the next thing I want to teach you is how to correct a mistake. This is the one thing that kept me from going into color for a long time. I was afraid of colored pencil for a while because I thought, how am I going to correct my mistakes? I was a graphite artist and I make a lot of mistakes. I make a lot of mistakes. And I was very comfortable with my erasing tools. I needed them. This one right here, the Mono Zero made by Tombow, absolutely necessary. But then I discovered a few things. There's ways to correct mistakes, and I'm going to teach them to you right now. So take your olive green pencil, and with moderate pressure, that's 2 out of 5, I'd like you to do a swatch that's a square swatch, just like this. I don't want firm pressure. I want moderate, just because that's how we would normally start out a project, is at 2 pressure. I don't usually commit medium to firm pressure to virgin paper. I start with moderate pressure. So we're going to do 2 swatches just like that. Now, here's the background. You're doing a flower. You're getting tired. It's nighttime. Your flower is yellow, but by mistake, you colored a petal green, one of the leaf colors. And now you're looking at it because it's smack dab in the middle of the paper. It's a very essential part of the project. And you're looking at something that could ruin your project. So now you're at panic stage. The first thing you're going to do is erase. Now, take your pink pearl or whatever eraser you have, and on the right side, this right one, erase like your life depends on it. Just erase really hard. You need to get that green off there. So fortunately, we're able to get some of it up, but not all of it. It's still showing and you're still wondering what to do. Well, I'm going to show you what to do. Take your white pencil and sharpen it. Now that your pencil is sharp, start at the top and with very firm pressure. Remember, you're in panic mode. Very firm pressure. That point's going to break once, maybe twice. It doesn't matter. Go over that green very, very firmly. It's going to kick out some pencil debris. That's okay. Just go over it. Now pick up your Spanish orange pencil and burnish over that. I'm using 4 pressure. So now you're getting hopeful. You're thinking, okay, I think I'm out of the woods here. I'm thinking that this is okay, but we're not done yet. I'll give you a chance to catch up if you're a little bit behind. So now you've got something yellow, but you can still see the essence of the green showing through, and that's just not acceptable. So take your white pencil, burnish the heck out of it again. Go ahead, firm pressure over that yellow. just like that. Pick up your Spanish orange, go over it one more time. You're using 4 to 5 pressure. You're restoring the yellow. You're barely seeing the green underneath. And this is passable, if not more than acceptable, for your yellow petal. You have not ruined your project at all. You're ready to go on and continue. So this is good for any color. This is good for purple. The only thing is black. If you use black for some reason, then I'm thinking that you probably should turn that into a leaf and then add green to it. But for the most part, it's going to work. But let's just say you're relieved, but you're still tired. And one of your pencils drops from your hand onto your paper. So go ahead and take your olive green and do a mark across that yellow petal. And you're thinking, oh man, I can't believe what an idiot I am. I got my petal colored yellow, everything is going well, and now this happened. So take your white pencil and give it a sharpen. Now that sharp point is going to go over this line. We are going to obliterate that line. Again, your point is going to break. Who cares? Just keep going. Just go over that line. Dig into the green. Dig into it. You want it gone. Just like that. And because we have enough wax underneath there, it's going to work. Pick up your Spanish orange pencil, color in over that white, and then color over in the direction in the horizontal application of your pencil. But I'm not done. Will this work with black? You bet it does. Take your black pencil and make a black mark. This is like the ultimate horror. If you have enough wax down there, which we do, you will be able to get that black mark up. So go ahead, sharpen your white pencil. And do the exact same thing. You'll have to go a little bit slower, maybe be a little bit more precise. Dig in, just dig in and get rid of that black. It will come up. And that is why this is a magic pencil. It will come up. Pressure, pressure, pressure. Look at all that pencil dust that's being thrown off, that pigment. Who cares? We got it right. We got our yellow petal back, and then we go over it. If you see a tiny little mark, well, I've got my camera on this full screen. You're looking at it, but when you have your entire composition done, believe me, nobody's going to see that. A few other ways to erase pigment, to get rid of pigment, I'm going to show you. We have our trusty magic tape. This is Scotch, any tape. Tape is great. Just pop it over your layer, pull it up. It will pull up a couple layers of pigment. Not a whole lot, but it's good in the beginning. The next thing that you can use, this is also a wonderful thing. There's 2 products you can get. Let me pull up my camera here. One is called mounting putty, and the other one is called museum putty. If you follow Ann Kullberg, whom I adore, she calls this sticky tack. It's also a sticky tack type thing. So it looks like this. It comes in a long piece like that. You break off a piece, then you roll it into a ball. Now, I don't know if any of you watch cooking shows, but a long time ago, there was a guy named Emeril Lagasse. Emeril Lagasse would always go bam, 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 bam. Well, that's what you do with this. You're just hitting it hard with this reusable adhesive, and you are able to get up pigment. A really cool thing with this, and I use this, is when you are working away on a project and then you put it down, you come back in and you say, oh my gosh, there's like these little pencil flecks that are on top of completely finished areas. No worries. And let's say they don't blow off. Okay, no worries. Take this and gently lift them off. They'll come up. They'll come up just fine. The big guns, the heavy guns, the big deal is if you are completely unable to get something out, this is the last resort. I almost never use this. This is a battery operated eraser. And the battery operated eraser is great if your paper is fairly strong. Let me show you. I turn it on and I go over it, and it will work. Yes, you'll have some residue. It will work, but the fear is that it will go right through your paper, put a hole right through your paper. So I have only had that happen to me once. Only once have I put a hole in a project, and that was a project, a cat and a dog, that I did for the Village's workshop. And fortunately, it wasn't obvious. There are little things you can do, but I'm going to tell you a really cute little tip. It's a great tip. So let's just say that you put a hole in your paper, and it's that right there. Well, you are going to take another piece of paper, and underneath and on that other piece of paper, you're going to color it to where it should be. And you're going to slide it under here, and you're going to tape it underneath so that that hole is no longer a hole, it's color showing through. That's in the ultimate desperation, but that, I'm just telling you, that's an option too. All right, so let's move on. I've got two other small little demos, and then we're going to start our project. I want to talk to you about a pencil that is the very blackest pencil I've ever used. And it's put out by Stabilo. You all probably have it. It says aquarellable on it, and that means it's a water-soluble pencil too. It's the number 8046. I discovered this a number of years ago with my dear friend Dory, who asked me what do I think about this pencil? It's the blackest she's ever seen. And so I got it, and I have to agree with her. So let's just say you are coloring black on your paper. So let's do this together. Let's do a black swatch, a rectangular swatch. And you want to do a super black dark background. But the black Prismacolor just doesn't deliver. It's nice, it's black. When you press down hard, yeah, it'll give you black. But you want something that really goes the distance. This is it. So I want you to use medium pressure and just enjoy that. Just press down hard with that on half of that bar there, that rectangular bar, and see how inky jet black this pigment is. The pigment in this pencil is it's a graphite pigment, they say. Now, the difference with Stabilo is that Stabilo, this is a temperamental pencil, and it really can be very dirty. So you want to use your Stabilo pencil at the very end. If you're drawing a flower, you want to finish your flowers, finish everything, and then do your background, do your Stabilo last, because you don't want possibly to get pencil debris onto your yellow flower, pink flower, whatever. So this is sort of a last step. And then the other thing I want you to remember is that with this pencil, it's very important that you go in the consistently same direction. So don't go like that, like that. If your direction with your pencil is horizontal, stay horizontal all the way around, because with this pencil, you can really see the direction of your pencil. When you finish your project, the best thing to do is take a graphite pencil, run it through your pencil sharpener, take Windex, spray your area, just clean it all up with Windex and paper towels, because one little speck of this can turn into a streak and you won't even know it. So you just have to treat this pencil with respect. The last demo I want to show you, you do not have an embossing tool because I didn't ask you to have it, but I want to show you what it looks like and what it can do. An embossing tool it looks like this. Sometimes there's a little smaller one at the other end. You can also use a Bic pen or a pen that has a point that all the ink is out of it. But an embossing tool gives you an opportunity to perhaps do some leaf veins, or maybe even do your signature on your project before you start it. So I'm going to just show you, for example, like a leaf. I'm going to do this vein and this vein. You can't see it because my camera isn't really picking it up. But if I emboss like that, and then I take my green pencil, my olive green, and go perpendicular to it, you'll see how it appears. It very nicely appears. And when it's time to lightly fill in those veins, you can take a sharp point, you can fill them in a little bit with another color. This is very, very helpful if you are working on a project and it's a very dark background, yet you want to have your signature showing. So you can emboss it initially. I'm going to emboss just my last name. You can emboss it initially with this wherever you want to place your signature. And as you go along, you'll be able to see your name. It magically appears. And then you can color around that and preserve that. And then at the end, if it's actually too white, you can fill it in with a lighter color. So that's it for the mini demos today. We're going to start our project now. But before I start, does anybody have any questions? I'm going to put it in gallery view right now. And I'm just going to take a look at all of you beautiful people. And I want to ask, do you have any questions about anything that I just demonstrated? Okay, good.
I have a question.
Yeah.
What did you say about the Windex?
Okay, so Nancy, if you are using this Stabilo pencil, it gets messy. It just gets messy. When you finish your project, you pick it up, you put it on a table, you now have a workspace that might have some of the pencil debris from this pencil around it. Pick up everything, take Windex, just put it over your workspace, and then take paper towel and just clean it up. You will be amazed at how you will see some smearing involved. Just keep going until it's all clean. I found this out when I was working on a book for Strathmore, and I was doing a project with the black Stabilo. And it just, when I was done with it, my workspace had some black specks on it. And so then I wiped it away with my hand, and it just smeared like crazy. So I just cleaned everything with Windex. It's just a good way to clean everything up.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so let's put this away. And let's prepare to start. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to work on the background. Now, because this takes a while, we're going to break it up a little bit. So with this background, I'm going to ask you to take out your demo sheets that look like this. And you will see where it says partial background. You may want to have a blank piece of paper to put under your hand so you don't get any smearing. We are going to take a look at this demo direction sheet, and you will say that it says step 1, page 7. That corresponds to this in your booklet. If you happen to print out your booklet, great. If you didn't, no worries. I didn't ask you to, that's okay. But step 1 has the visual. So right now we are going to take our black Prismacolor pencil and we are going to start working. just getting myself organized here. For this demo, these are the pencils you will need. Your black Prismacolor, your dark green, and that's all you need for right now. So just grab those and give them a sharpen. Okay. Now, if we wanted to do the entire background, we would be doing this 2 hours from now. We'd still be sitting here doing the entire background. And I don't want to do that. I want to show you how to do everything. So I am going to be doing just a strip. And this strip is going to go right at the top. Now join me for this. Just do a skimmy little sketchy line across the top here, just like that. That band is what we're going to be doing, and I'm going to show you how to make it painterly and burnished and transition from a dark black to a dark green. So let's get started. Whenever I'm starting where there's boundaries here, I don't start with my little circular strokes first. I sketch in the boundaries, just a little panel down the left side. And I'm going to come in tight, but then I'm going to come back out so you can see the whole band. So, okay, so it looks like that. I'm using moderate pressure, which is 2 out of 5. And then I'm going to go all the way across the top. And the reason for this is because when I start doing my rounded, elliptical, overlapping strokes, I want to have something to overlap into. So we're just preparing the background for that. So just go ahead and sketch right across the top. All the way to the left side. And then down the right side. If you go too far down and you give yourself too wide of a strip, you won't be able to finish this demo with me. So just give yourself a little strip like that. Now we're going to head over to the left side. And this is where we're going to begin. We are literally going to be doing what's going to look like that. And we're just going to be doing little rounded or elliptical overlapping strokes. Just like that. I'm going to bring it in, show you the stroke. And we're starting with this demo because it's the easiest, because it's going to get us in the groove. It's going to relax us a little bit. Don't fall asleep on me. But we are going to just kind of start easy. Now, when I am drawing, I'm not a fast artist by any means. In fact, I'm going much faster now than I ever would. But because we only have 6 hours today, it's necessary for me to do that. What I want to tell you is that if I go too fast, and most of you will think that I am, and I apologize right now for it, it's only because I have timed these demos. And I have timed it pretty much to the minute so that we can have a full hour lunch and so that we'll finish on time. If you say to yourself, she is just going way too fast, I can't keep up, that's okay. Don't worry about it, because you're going to get this recording And you also have the tutorial booklet with the instructions and with the pictures. And you also have me. You can always contact me via my email. I'm here for you no matter what. One of the most challenging things today that I have found in teaching my workshops all over is pressure. We're going to get to a point where I'm going to ask you to lay into that with some firm pressure. And many of you are not comfortable with that because you've learned light pressure, light layers, light strokes, build, build, build. And I'm going to say, no, I need you to put a little elbow grease into it. So I apologize in advance. If your arm or your wrist or anything gets sore, just stop. It's okay. You may want to just stop and watch. That's all right. I don't want anybody to have to get up and take Advil or Tylenol just because of me. So you're going at your own pace. So now that we are just kind of starting and getting into this, I'm going to throw out a couple questions here. And I would love it if you would unmute yourself and just share, because now we're sort of like in a little drawing club here. And my first question is, what advice would you give to someone who's just starting out with colored pencils? We've all been there. What would you like to tell somebody who's just starting out? Go ahead, unmute yourself.
This is Lynn. I would say make sure you're enjoying yourself. Don't turn it into work.
Nice. Excellent advice. Yeah, it doesn't need to be intense. Good. Somebody else, what do you wish that somebody had said to you when you first started out?
This is Alice.
Hi, Alice.
I think we need patience.
Yes. How did you develop patience, Alice?
Relaxing,
Yep.
just knowing that it will get done and it will be just absolutely beautiful.
Good. And you have to give yourself permission to fail. I mean, there really is no failure, but maybe you do a picture and it doesn't come out right. That's okay, because you've learned a few things along the way.
And it's, you have to understand it's just paper and pencils. So
That's right. That's exactly right. Somebody else, what do you wish that somebody had told you when you first started out?
Cynthia, this is Kathy.
Hi,
And
Kathy.
I think I wish somebody would have told me that all projects are ugly before they're beautiful.
Oh man, that's a good one. That is a good one. And you know, it's true because especially when you're in the middle of it. And I liken it to when you're in a rowboat on a lake. You start out and you're motivated, you're excited, you're inspired, and things are going well. And then you're in the middle of the lake, and it's those ugly stages of our project. And you question yourself and you doubt yourself. And you say, maybe I should just stop. Maybe I should just not finish this. But no, please push on. Just keep going, because you will get to see the other side. And it gets more and more exciting. And then when you get to the other side, it's the most awesome thing because you finished it. And that in itself is an achievement, finishing it. Are there any helpful tips or tricks that you've learned that you can pass along to us?
Hi, it's Suzanne here.
Hi, Suzanne.
I guess both ends of that. I wish somebody had told me to exercise my hands and fingers before I start a project.
Oh, good.
And so my tip is I do circles with my fingers. I press my wrist gently backwards to my forearm and do circles before. So it's like doing exercise. Warm your body up before you start.
That is a great idea. Thank you. One more. Tell me one more tip. Somebody tell me a tip or a technique.
Do realize that every paper that you might use has a different way of that the pencil will take
Ooh,
on it.
good point.
I mean, Bristol does differently than Stonehenge, than me, Tiandis.
Yep.
They've all got taped pencils differently.
What's your favorite, Karen?
I have to say Stonehenge,
Yep.
but I like, the first time I used Bristol, I'm sorry, I didn't like it, but I've gotten used to it.
Yep.
And I've gotten better at knowing how you should use the pencil on it.
Uh-huh.
But the first time I used it, I wasn't happy, but like I said, I've used it more now.
Right, right. Stonehenge is wonderful because it's got moderate tooth.
Right.
Definitely got tooth. So those of you who aren't familiar what tooth is the hills and valleys in a piece of paper. When you have paper that doesn't have really discernible hills and valleys in it, it's called hot pressed paper. It doesn't have much tooth. If you have paper like watercolor paper that has those ridges, those hills and valleys, when I say hills and valleys, your pencil goes over it and it kind of dips in and it comes back up. That is probably cold pressed paper and it has a lot more tooth. For people like me, we don't want to spend an awful lot of time flattening that tooth for the burnished painterly look, but it really has a very beautiful appearance to it when you're working with, for example, watercolor pencils or so forth. Okay, go back to your demo sheets. Right over here, I say black Prismacolor to draw a short table line on far right. What I simply mean by that is this line, this skinny little line, and it really creates the table. And I'm just gonna go like that, and I want you to do that too. And I ask you to reinforce it twice, and that's only because you can, so that way you can really see it. That's our dividing line between the background and the foreground. Now that you have used your black to color in that strip, give yourself a check mark, just like that. These check marks, we're going to get an awful lot of these check marks throughout the day, and they're going to make you feel like you're doing this project, you're working through it, you're succeeding, and you're learning. The next step we're going to do is black again over just the left background half and slightly into the right half. We're jumping into 4 pressure. So I'm going to turn the page. And so what I mean by slightly into the right half is this. When I initially did this project, I knew that I wanted to transition black into green, and I made a little line. Don't do this, please. But I made a little line that was like right in the center, and then I brought my black right up to it. I really had to work against that decision that I made to make it a smooth transition. So you have the benefit of my mistake in this workshop. So right now, let's define that area with like a scoochy line like this. Just kind of do a sketchy thing like that, because that's going to be how we transition our black into the green. So just, if that doesn't make any sense, it will. Just do a little sketchy sketch with 2 pressure right there, right about there. Now sharpen your pencil. And now we're going to start on the left-hand side. We're going over just this half, and we are going to give it more pressure. We're jumping to 4 pressure. What does that look like? It looks like this. Small overlapping circles. The goal in this, with this pressure, is to eliminate much of the underlying white paper specks. I like to establish my backgrounds early on. And there are a few reasons for that. The first thing is that it's a nice way to ease into the project. Whenever I start a project, there's usually something that maybe a texture that I'm not 100% comfortable with, or maybe that I've never done before. I'm never going to start with that texture. I'm going to start with the background and I'm going to ease into it. All the while, I'm looking at that photo reference and my eyes and my mind are getting comfortable with that, getting comfortable with that lace, that intricate lace. And my mind is saying, you can do this, you can do this. And my eye is saying, I don't know if I can do this, but I'm just going to keep looking at it. And by the time I get to that lace, my background is in, I'm comfortable with it. That lace has been imprinted on my mind for so many hours of working on the project that we're friends. We are good friends, and I can do that lace one step at a time. The second reason why I like to do my backgrounds first is that they influence the color of the subjects. If we did the strawberry right now without any background, we would not have that lovely contrast to work with. And the strawberry would look a little naked and maybe anemic looking. It wouldn't look super bright. But let me tell you, when you've got the background in, or at least a few layers of the black background, that strawberry is jumping right off the page and it becomes 3D. So that is very, very helpful. A third thing is, if you do the background first, let's just imagine you were doing a portrait and you spend hours and hours and hours on the face and you got it beautiful. The face, it's a grandchild and the face is, pink skin and everything works. And then you put the background in and all of a sudden the child looks too pale because the background makes it look too pale. So it's good to get your background in first so that your subject is the proper value, the proper light or darkness. And the last thing is, let's say that you were working on that face and the face came out great. Then you're working on your background and your pencil's kicking up some pencil dust and it gets on the face. Now, that's not a good thing, because if you get black on top of a beautifully rendered face that has pinks and peaches in it, it's a scary thing. And if that does happen to you, then you want to take your reusable adhesive and you want to just go like that. Just pick it up. I mean, it is something that can be fixed, but it really is good to get your dark background in first. Backgrounds, they can tell a story. They can be very detailed and you can see what's going on in the backgrounds by looking at it. And that tells a story of what you're drawing. Or they can be blurred. Whenever you blur a background, it makes your subject come forward and be more pronounced. I tend to like that. Or it can just be a transition of a few colors into each other, which is very nice and pleasing and complements the subject nicely. Or it can just be all black. And the funny thing is with Facebook, whenever I do a project that has a super black background, it really seems to get more response than other projects that I do. It's dramatic, it's drama, it jumps right off the screen as you're scrolling. So I really do like very dark backgrounds. So now unmute yourself. Tell me what you think about backgrounds and what you like to do with backgrounds. Anybody jump in.
Cynthia,
Yes.
this is Nancy Davenport,
Hi,
and I
Nancy.
have two questions.
Yeah.
What size are the circles you are making? Mine look like they're about 1/8 of an inch, and yours look huge on this screen.
Well, okay, Nancy, that's a good question. I am going larger simply because this demo is timed and I need to finish it. If your circles are smaller, just see if you can go a little bit larger. just
Okay.
so we can go from left to right. And if you're not comfortable with that, that's completely okay.
All right. And then a second question, on your background, I
Yeah,
mean, we're not there yet, but do you usually go right up to your subject matter on
excellent.
your,
Yeah, that's an excellent question. So what I would do, hold on. This is a practice one that I did. Okay, so what I would do as my wrist is going in this free flowing first step to get the background down, I would go about this far to my strawberry because I'm perfectly aware of how my pencil might go whoops. There might be an uncontrolled gesture that takes me right into that. So I don't bring it right up to it until the very end, Nancy. So I'll go like this. And then after I finish the whole background, then with more precision, I will come in right up to it. And I'm very
thank you.
careful. You're welcome.
Cynthia,
Yes.
you've actually made my artwork a lot harder because doing your projects, I love the backgrounds, but
Yep.
I like to create my own.
Uh-huh.
And so now it's hard to learn to develop what I want in a background,
Yep.
but it looks naked without it now.
I'm sorry.
Well, that's okay. It pushes me.
I'm sorry. Naked backgrounds can be really good too. If you like to do botanicals, that's really what they do is a white background. And I think that that is awesome because it also makes it look dramatic and beautiful and simple looking, which is a nice composition. The other thing is you can get automatic backgrounds if you use colored paper. The thing with colored paper is that you have to be so careful that you don't get smudges on it. Because when you get smudges on colored paper, like the Canson Metiant, they tell me it's pronounced let's see, Meta, whatever. You know what I'm talking about, spelled Metiantes. When you're working on that paper and if you get a smudge, you better hope your eraser can pick it up.
It's called Me Taint.
Metiante.
Yes.
So thank you. So how are we doing, ladies? Are we moving across there? We're using firm pressure. We're still seeing white specks through, but that's okay. And the reason why I've broken up this demo into two sections of this morning is because I don't want to hurt you. I don't want your wrist and your arm to hurt because right now you're probably feeling it already. When I work on a project that I develop my background, I develop it over days. I'm not looking to hurt myself, but I am looking to get that smooth painterly look. So that involves pressure. So I will develop my backgrounds over days. Now, before I started working for publishers and before I started doing tutorials, I would just do the whole background. I wouldn't do anything else. But when you are working with a publisher and you need to have tutorials that aren't 45 steps, you need to start developing the subject at the same time that you're developing your background so people can follow you and finish a project in 10 steps instead of 45.
Do we stop?
Cynthia, do we still go all the way across? I thought we were just going to the middle.
Yes. Oh my gosh, you're right. Here, see? Yep, thank you. Okay, so good. I got carried away. So thank you. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to lift that. So if anybody did that, like I did, I'm going to lift it with my reusable adhesive. Then I'm going to take one of my dirtier erasers and go over that. And it will pick up. And prepare your dark green pencil All right. So it's time for our dark green pencil. And yes, thank you for that. God, I always get carried away. Okay, so give yourself a check mark on your demo sheet right there. And now we'll take dark green and we'll go over the right side. And this is with moderate pressure, so we can ease up on our hand and just do overlapping rounded circular strokes. Just like that. Again, I would be going much slower if I were doing this on my own. But even though we're going fast, it's still going to be right. It's still going to work out, and you're still going to have a beautiful, well transitioned, very smoothly transitioned bar of background color. There we go, coming to the end here. Okay. So on our demo sheet, we give ourselves a check mark for dark green over right background half. So now we're moving to step 3. The image is on page 9. And now we're going to do black over just the right side. The reason for that is I'm developing the black and the green, and it's not just 1 or 2 layers. I have to see as I'm going along how my values are. So I've got dark here, but then this is green, and I want to have that green impression, but it can't be that bright. So now we're going to tone it down just a little bit with the black pencil with only moderate pressure and just the right side, just moderate pressure. It won't appear as black as the left side because it has the green influencing it. So go ahead, rounded or elliptical strokes, overlapping just to cover the right side. Whenever you have a color like a green or a blue or a purple, and you put it on your paper and you think that that's the darkest color you have, and maybe it is the darkest color in your box of pencils for that green or that blue, yet it needs to become darker. You can slide some black over it to take down the value, and then you can put that color over it again, and it will simply be a darker version of the color. I do it all the time with my dark green. In the Prismacolor box, there just isn't the dark green that I want sometimes when I'm doing foliage, leaves, grass, stems. So I will darken it with my black and then add more dark green over it. Okay, I'm going to give you about a minute or so to get over there. And if it looks like, you know, it's very splotchy, don't worry about it. Splotchy is not a big deal. Once we come in with firm pressure, splotchy goes away. So I'm going to give you a minute, and I'm going to take a drink of water, and then we're going to go into step 4 with our dark green. Okay, so give yourself a check mark right here. Step 3, black over just the right background. You did it, check mark. Step 4, page 10. Visuals on page 10. Again, you don't need to look at that now, but that's where it is. And now pick up your dark green, and this is where we are going to put a little elbow grease into it. We're doing just the right side, just the right side. I'm going to come in tight with my camera. Rounded overlapping strokes. Moving from left to right, top to bottom. I'm not doing a bar, a straight line in the middle. I'm just kind of doing a little bit in, a little bit over. It's that original sketchy section that we did right to start is what I'm doing to overlap into the black.
Cynthia,
Yes.
this is Jenny.
Hi, Jenny.
Hi. Can I work right to left? It's easier because I'm left-handed.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
Whatever works for you.
All right.
The key thing for everybody is the pressure. This
Okay.
is now where I'm asking you to put a little muscle into it. And as you do that, your point is going to dull. When your point dulls and you get an angled edge, you do have to put more pressure into it. If you sharpen your pencil, you will find that your pressure doesn't have to be quite as firm. But the goal here is to get rid of those little white specks of paper underneath.
Cynthia, question on what brand of the electric pencil sharpener you're using? I think it's hard to find one that gives a nice pointed end.
Yep. I'm going to try to show you here. Can you see this?
Yep,
AFMAT. Yep. It looks like this. This is a big, heavy guy, which is good. Heavy's good because it won't fall off the table. AFMAT and I have a love-hate relationship. AFMAT, so it gives me the nicest, sharpest point that I could ever ask for. It's very similar to the old Panasonic sharpeners that have been discontinued. But sometimes it just quits on you. It's like you put your pencil in and the motor doesn't work. It just won't work. And so then you fiddle with it a little bit and you put your pencil in a different way. They know this. They know this. They actually know this. And that's why they put this on top of their pencil sharpener. Please insert the pencil horizontally to avoid off center. Do not push too hard to avoid not working. That's sort of the caveat that they use. However, that's a cop-out. It really should work all the time. So I had bought a brand new one, and it did that little problem. The motor wouldn't work no matter how hard I put it in. So I ordered another one, same thing. So I wrote to them and they were very good and they sent me a brand new one. And just for the heck of it, I tried the first one that I had had problems with and voila, it worked. So I just find that these pencil sharpeners are temperamental. So if you are working with an AFMAT one, you put your pencil in, you know you've done it right, and the thing just doesn't sharpen. It's like you think it's a motor problem. Just give it a minute or two, and it will probably work. I do have a few backups. I'm not one to give bad reviews because I don't want to get bad reviews myself. But after 3 of them not working, I gave a bad review. And so they wrote to me and said, hey, if we provide you with a couple and you have some good experiences, will you remove that review? And I said, absolutely. And so they did, and I did, and that's the story. AFMAT gives a nice sharp point.
Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome. Does anybody
have
a pen?
Exacto. I love Exacto. I
Yep.
have a one and it gives me a wonderfully sharp, and it's big like yours. But it starts every time. I never have a problem with it.
Oh, that's awesome. I do have Exacto. I like the Exacto. I just don't get quite the same sharpness with the Exactos. And I've got a couple different brands. I do get a sharp point, but sometimes I want needle sharp. And I get that from the AFMAT. But yeah, Exacto they're just so reliable.
Cynthia, have you tried the Office World?
No, I haven't. Tell me about it.
It's the one where you put your pencil in it and you leave it and it puts it out for you when it's sharp.
Nice.
And you have about 3 different sharpnesses. And I usually use the really sharp one, but it's been really reliable and I've really liked it. But it's kind of unique to put your pencil in there and not touch it, hold it.
Interesting. That sounds cool.
It is cool.
And it's called Office World?
Yes, Office World. And I don't see a number on it.
Okay.
But it's shaped, it's shaped a little bigger than your, mine's blue and black. I have 2 of them when I paint.
Okay.
And the one you're talking about, the AFMAT, I use that a lot. But I also, because for a really sharp point, but this other one has got a very sharp point, but it's called Office World. So.
Okay, that's great to know. Thank you. So now we're coming to the end of this demo and we're not done, but what we have is a significantly greened up right side. And that's what I want you to have. You've put some muscle into it, a little bit of elbow grease, your wrist or your shoulder. I really don't want you to have pain at all. There's certain ways that you can do this. If you have a sharp point, you won't have to put as much pressure into it, but sometimes doing an awful lot of sharpening can really be wearing you down too. So this is where we're at. We're going to give ourselves a check mark right here. Step 4, dark green over right background. And we are going to stop with the background right now. And we are going to create the stem. So I'm going to give you 2 minutes to finish that background strip with your green, your dark green, and then we're going to work on the stem. Okay. So for this demo, turn the page of your demo directions so that this is what you're looking at. The pencils you will gather for this are these. I'm going to highlight them right now. Marine green, yellow chartreuse, black. Whenever I say just black, it means your Prismacolor. Olive green, chartreuse, which is different from your yellow chartreuse, and canary yellow. So go ahead, grab those and give them a sharpen. Okay, getting ready to start. Okay, so the first step is step 6. We jump right into it. Step 6, which corresponds to the image on page 14. We're going to take our marine green pencil and we're going to extend the stem of the lower strawberry. I just mean for that we're just going to extend this stem just like that over that strawberry. Then we're going to take our marine green and we're going to outline the top strawberry stem sections. So that simply means starting from left to right or right to left, whatever works for you, is just outline these from your line drawing. Just reinforce the outlines. Create a new outline right there. I'm using sketchy strokes. Now the thing is, if you don't get this to look exactly like the picture in the book, it doesn't matter one bit, because anybody who looks at this is going to know this is the stem of a strawberry. So if your stem looks a little wonky or just different, that's okay. All we want is the essence of a stem and green colors, green and yellow colors. So now you're going to give yourself a check mark here and a check mark here. We've done those. We're going to use marine green now to establish the dark sections. These are the dark sections. We've got it right here. Here, I know it looks a little bleached out because of my lighting, but we've got this here. So we're just going to sketch in those dark sections now. So it's right about here. I'm using 2 pressure. And I'm going up here. We want a variegated look, a light and dark look. My strokes are overlapping. I'm bringing the color down to the top of the strawberry. And as we go along, we're drawing in the dark areas. Overlapping, sketchy strokes. The form of the stems are curved, which is very, very nice and really tells the viewer that these are little leafy sections of the stem. Now, once you've got those in, I know I hear some of you saying, wait, stop, I'm not there. That's okay, because we're going to repeat them. So we just established them with the moderate pressure. We're going to go over them with moderate to medium pressure. But primarily, we're going over the darker ones. So the darker ones are right about here. This is a little bit darker. I mean, they're all pretty dark. A little bit darker over here. I would just reinforce what you've done with medium pressure. How are we doing, everybody? Would you say that you're feeling comfortable with this pace? Do we need another minute or two? If you need another minute or two, just raise your hand. I'm looking at the gallery. And okay, yep, you got it. You got it. So the next pencil we'll be using is yellow chartreuse. It looks like that. It's a little bit different from chartreuse. This is chartreuse. So pick up your yellow chartreuse, and we're going to be coloring in the remaining sections, which are here, 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 and here. This gives us our value spectrum of light to dark. In the value spectrum, we start with light, which is the lightest. We go to dark, which will ultimately be very, very dark here. And so I like to have, whenever I'm choosing a project, I like to see all values represented. So I like to have light areas, which can be the white highlights. I like to have the dark areas, which can be the very darkest. Oftentimes it's my background. And then I like the midtones. And the midtone is pretty much the true color of the pencils that you're using. It would be the reds and the strawberries. So here we've got the dark values here, we've got the lights with the highlights, but I tend to prefer something that it is not flat looking, but something that has the entire value spectrum in it. So let's pick up our yellow chartreuse pencil and let's go over those paper white sections. I'm using moderate to medium pressure to fill them in. So that one is pretty straightforward. We give ourselves a check mark for that. I'm going to give you one more minute to catch up, and then we'll finish this. We'll finish this in step 7. The image is on page 16. And we'll be picking up our black pencil next. So if you have finished, pick up your black pencil, and if you haven't finished, that's okay. We'll give you another minute. Okay, so let's pick up our black Prismacolor pencil and let's go over those dark areas, deepen them up a little bit. I'm starting here on the left side. Because we don't have the black background abutting the edges, we're going to line it with black. Once you have your background coming right up to it, then it will really, this stem will really pop and it will be black. And now I'm using my black. I'm using medium pressure right now, going over these darker areas. These are the areas in shadow. You should be finding that your pencil feels very creamy on this paper and over these layers of pigment. This is one of the wax-based pencils. There are oil-based pencils. The advantages to the wax-based pencils is that they do lay down color, pigment, very creamy. The disadvantage to this is that they throw up a lot of pencil debris a lot quicker. The points can break too, and that is a common complaint with Prismacolor, is their breakage. But it's something that I get beyond, and you can, after a while, you get very comfortable with how you're holding your pencil. So you know that you can put only a certain amount of pressure on before it will break. The oil-based pencils don't break as much. I think they tend to last a little longer. I just have, you know, my own preference is the wax-based. Okay, once you've got your black down, pick up your marine green and go over some of the black. When I say some of it, I'm going to go over this. We're taking the black and turning that into more of a green. So I'm starting on the left side. Over that. Just turning some of that black into a little bit more of a dark green. And this should take you about a minute, maybe 2 minutes. So where we're at is we've done black over the darkest areas, marine green over some of the black. Now we're going to pick up our olive green and go over some of the yellow chartreuse and add some midtones. So we're going to skim over it right about here. We're going to transition some of that greenish black into the yellow right about here. A little bit here. Our goal is to have lights, darks, and midtones. And the green is going to do that for us, the olive green. Once you get that green down, pick up your chartreuse pencil, which looks like this, and go over the lighter areas with the green, with the chartreuse. You're going to be dragging some of the green into the lighter areas, and that's nice for nice smooth transition of colors. I'm using medium pressure. You're going to feel the waxiness of it on your paper, but you're also going to see that now you have transformed the drawn look of it into a painted look. This chartreuse and the next pencil that we'll use, the canary yellow, give us the highlights. So I'm picking up my canary yellow and I'm saying, where do I want those brighter colors? Well, I certainly want it right here because the lighting is side lit from the right-hand side. You'll see that this particular composition is lit from the right. So we really want to add some drama with that. So the canary yellow is going right there, right here. The harder you press, the more you'll obliterate any green that you have. If you need to make it even lighter, you can use your white to do that and then use the yellow over that. And the last step for this is to take your olive green, and anywhere that it's harsh and you want to transition it, just use little tiny overlapping rounded strokes for soft and gentle transitions. So that would be right about here. You still want to have the appearance of some yellow highlights. Just blend and smooth.
What color was that, Cynthia?
What I have in my hand is olive green.
Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome. Now, when you come to the end of that, there will be, and you especially want to have it darker at the base, because wherever the base hits the strawberry, it's going to be a little bit darker. It's going to be cast in some shadow. So just use that at the base. And then if you need to darken something up with your black, just come on in and darken it up with black. If you need to blend something, if it's not going in super smoothly, use your white pencil to do that. This is that back and forth step where you can follow the directions, but maybe it didn't come out looking exactly like what you thought it would. And that's where you improvise. That's where you pick up your pencils and just create what works for you to finish that particular step. White is a beautiful pencil for smoothing. So ultimately, when you finish, it's going to look like that. It's going to look like that. And we'll move on in about 1 minute. This is the end of that demo for the strawberry green stem. You can give yourself check marks. Now that you've done a stem, they are all like that. All of the stems are exactly like what we just did. There's a little bit of red on the far right. We just have little touches of red over here. That's in the directions in the tutorial booklet. Okay, so now what we're doing is we are heading back. We're heading back to the background. We're going to finish the background up now. And we are on step 5, page 12 in the book if you're following along. No worries if you're not. We're going to pick up our black Prismacolor pencil, and we're going to go from the far left, get my camera. We're going to go from the far left of the background to the right, to the middle right background, right about here. And I'll be using medium pressure, and then I'll be using lighter pressure in this area right here. So this is where we are right now. We've got black Prismacolor. We're going from far left of the background to the middle right of the background with medium pressure, and then we're lightening it up to bring it over. Again, it's layer on top of layer on top of layer. And we are rounding the bend. We will finish this strip. And what time are we scheduled to finish this? We'll finish this at my time. It'll be about 1:20. So I'm using small, rounded, overlapping strokes. And the more layers we put on, the more tooth we're filling, the denser the color looks. Medium pressure, handwriting pressure.
Cynthia, I have a question. This is Sandra.
Hi,
Sonny.
Sandra.
Okay, you had us, when we were putting our paper on a board, you had us put cushion between the board.
I did.
And why?
Okay, good question. Because it makes it softer, creamier. Your pencil just goes on and feels better. When you're applying your pigment, it just feels better when you have a layer of smooth Bristol underneath it. If, for example, you were using a wooden board, sometimes wooden boards have some they have some fibers in them so that those fibers will impress themselves up into your paper. And by having an extra sheet of the smooth Bristol paper underneath, it eliminates that possibility.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You can see the table where I'm drawing right now. I have a piece of smooth Bristol under it. It just makes pigment application more enjoyable, easier, and it's not going to pick up any of the grain from the wood underneath. So now that we have a little band of color that we're working on over the next few minutes, I'm going to throw out another question to you. I want to ask you, let's see, do you have a favorite pencil brand and why? Come on, all my pencil artists. I know you've tried Color Soft. I know you've tried the Derwent Light Fast. A lot of you are die-hard Poly fans. Please tell me. Let's hear it. Tell me what you like.
I have got every single brand.
I know you do, Karen. What do you like?
But I have to admit, I haven't been able to have time to really put polychromos and all that into use. So I probably have to say Prismacolor because I haven't had time to use them all.
Exactly, exactly. Somebody else tell me. I know there's a lot of poly people in the room. Poly's and when I say poly, Polychromos pencils made by Faber-Castell. These are oil-based. They are very much the favorite of my European friends. They're a lot easier to get in the European, the British, UK countries. And they're awesome. So somebody else jump in. Tell me what pencils you're loving.
Suzanne here.
Hi, Suzanne.
I started with Prisma.
Yep.
And I do like them.
Yep.
But I'm one of those fanatics when I get into these things. I have to have everything. So I moved on to polys and I really like them.
Okay.
I use them a lot. I tried the Derwent. I don't like them at all.
Which Derwent? Which ones did you try?
Oh, good question. The most expensive one.
Well, right now, the Light Fast ones are the most expensive, but they also have the Ink Tense, the Color Soft, and the Artist.
No, it's the first one you mentioned.
The Light Fast.
I just found they were scratchy.
Yep. Yep. I've heard that.
So they're there, and I'll play with them, but I don't care for them. So I think my top two are the Prisma and the polys. Now I ordered when I did your list. I ordered new Prisma colors.
Yeah.
I found there was a difference.
What did you find?
Well, I got the singles, and what I had started off with was a set.
Okay.
I don't find the quality the same.
Well, no, I agree. Prismacolor, they've been made by several different companies, and that is the big complaint, is that now that they're being made in Mexico now, and they aren't the same quality they used to be. And if you are not happy, they are very good about taking them back and replacing them, but you're going to get the same thing when they send it to you.
Yeah, true. I just find when you sharpen them, that light brown part after the color is really rough and almost cracked in places.
Oh, that could be your sharpener, actually, because I don't have that. I don't have that problem. So if at all possible, try a different sharpener and then let me know what you think.
Yeah, I've got the X-Acto and I like it.
Okay,
But,
okay.
yeah, it can
But
be.
the X-Acto is a good sharpener, but sometimes we can blame it on our sharpener.
Cynthia,
Yeah.
this is Sandra again.
Hi,
I bought about 10 of the Holbein artist.
yeah, yeah.
I mean, the little bit I used them, I really like them, but
They're smooth. Yeah,
but they're very expensive.
I know. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they're light fast, right? That's kind of their claim to fame. And
Yes.
whenever a pencil is advertising itself as being light fast, the manufacturer knows that it's got us, because we're all screaming, we want light fast, we want light fast. So they're saying, okay, we'll give it to you, but you're going to pay for it.
Well, I think,
Yep.
but I did like them. And the other thing I want to say is I started with Prismacolor and I hated it.
Okay.
I hated these pencils, probably because I didn't know what I was doing. And one of the things I was suggesting for new people is to take from as many artists as you can, because every one of you share all these techniques and you just keep building your knowledge and your papers, and so you just grow. But taking more and more of Zoom classes, and I know that people are using Prismacolor because it's easier to get and cheaper.
Yep.
I learned to really like them.
Oh, good.
So
well, I'm glad that you are trying, and I'm so delighted that you're taking a bunch of different classes, because yeah, we all have different styles. We have different preferences. We have different ways of teaching, different favorites. So that's good. And I highly recommend that. I don't think there's a single pencil artist instructor out there that I don't think is great and can do a great job teaching. And if you're a pet portrait artist, I highly recommend Bonnie Snowden, because she is just a phenomenon unto herself. She's an amazing artist, an amazing instructor, and an absolutely wonderful person. And Ann Kohlberg. Ann Kohlberg has a massive amount of Zoom workshops you can take. And I started with her, and I love her to pieces. And she's got a lot of people who are working for her. And that's a good place to start too. Let me just jump into where I am now. I want to keep us on track here. So what I just did is I did the black with medium pressure from left to right, and then lighter pressure all the way to the far right. Now we're coming in to really finish this. We got 10 minutes. We're going to finish this strip. And now it's important to turn this somewhat unfinished area on the black side into a very finished area all the way to the right. And the way we're going to do this, and I apologize for asking you to do this, but you got to bear down. Bear down with your dark green pencil, small overlapping strokes, and this is it. This is where it happens. It's this step. And if you don't finish, that's okay, because at least you know what you need to do to go from left to right to finish this strip of background. And I'm really leaning into this. It's very, very bright because I have 2 lights on it, but actually the finished piece, it doesn't look really super bright, but you're gonna see it as you do this. You're gonna be pushing hard, small overlapping strokes, and you're going to see it all come together. So join me now, and we're going literally from left to right, over the black and over the green. So now that we're doing this, let's get back to that question. Pencils. What are some other pencils that you really love?
Cynthia,
Yeah.
I recently did my portrait with some, I think they're 6901 Luminous.
The Luminous.
And
Was that the?
yeah.
Oh yeah, that's the Karen Dash pencils.
I did really like them very, very, very much. And then I used some pastels. I forgot who it was, for another portrait with my Prisma over it. so I'm venturing out and that kind of thing. But for portrait, I find that I really did like those. I normally do Prisma just because I started with Prisma. I like Prisma and I can get Prisma more often than not. And I'm more comfortable with them. But I've even done intense ink, trying to do portraits and things like that, but or watercolor pencils. But I always go back to the Prisma, except for my portraits. It depends on what portrait or what color, the skin tone.
Right.
But
now you mentioned that you were using the pastels. Were you using the pan pastels or pastel sticks or pastel?
I've ventured out into both, actually. I've just finished a Santa. It's a what is he? He's a toy maker, and I used the pan. I wanted to use pan pastel,
right?
And because I wasn't experienced enough, I just used Stonehenge or some sort of paper instead of like a pastel mat.
Right.
And it didn't take as much layers as I like, but I still like him. He's not quite finished, but I still like him.
Oh,
I did do that Bonnie Snowden fox.
Oh, yes.
I learned so much from her. It was, and she uses a variety of pencils. So that was a real eye opener also.
Yep. She favors the pastel matte paper, which is just so great. But she's been doing a lot with the Duralar drafting film.
That's what we did with the fox. Yes.
Okay. All right. Good. What did you think of the drafting film?
I love the drafting film for different reasons, of course, and depending on what you do. It's wonderful with animals and floral as well. But I do like the drafting film very, very much. For the fox particularly, it was good.
Nice. I happen to have a piece of drafting film right here. So for those of you who aren't familiar with what drafting film is, you can see that it's fairly transparent. And let me show you why it's so fun. You can put a color on here, and then you can put another color on here. For whatever reason, let me just do a little ziggy zaggy here just to give you a little quick demo. For whatever reason, it just doesn't require as many layers of pencil that regular paper requires to give a really rich hue. And the fun thing is that you can flip this over. You can flip this drafting film over and you can add colors to it. Let's say I want to make that green that I just did darker. So I can put it on the other side and now it's a much darker appearance. And then what you can do is, let's say that you want to mount this, you finish your project and you want to mount it and you want to influence it somehow, you can put like light green paper behind it underneath for when you mount and frame it. It's just, it's a fun surface to work on.
It also erases beautifully.
Ah, yes, good point.
You know how we all take a class and we end up buying whatever pencil somebody talks about.
Right.
So I woke up one day and found out that I had a lot of complete sets of pencils, and I kept them all segregated in their original containers, except for my Prismacolors, because that's what I learned with and I used the most.
Right.
And recently I went through this phase where I was really working on understanding my colors within my pencils. So I opened up all 8 of my sets, and now they're all commingled on the wall. And the interesting thing is, if I'm not taking a class and I'm doing something I'm trying to create on my own, I pick my pencil based on the pigment I can see on the end of the lead instead of the brand.
Okay.
And so that has made me understand that, number one, for me, color is more important than the brand, because I can make it work because I can commingle with other pencil brands. So I don't know if that makes any sense, but it's been an interesting exploration.
Oh, that's cool.
And discovery.
So how have you found the wax base get along with the oil base? Because sometimes they're not good friends. What is your experience with that?
Well, I don't know if I have enough experience to have a good answer for that because my latest, well, I've been using Holbeins and Prismas together for a long time
Okay,
and not had any problem. So I think that it's a matter of I swatch before I go.
good, good.
And so then I figure out which one maybe needs to go on bottom.
Right, right,
And it's
Right.
not always consistent.
right.
So
So,
I was amazed because I hated my luminance pencils and still, but now I find out the most pencils I pull off the wall based on color are my luminance and my polychromos. And I
okay,
think it's because I've learned to like richer colors, not just bright colors.
okay, yep, I get that. Luminance, they're not as creamy as the Prismas. They're sort of a wax and oil mix, but they're so rich and luscious.
Cynthia, this is Lynn. I have a slightly tangent question for you.
Okay, yeah, fine.
So I'm working, I started a drawing out of your drawing florals and colored pencil book.
Okay, thank you.
And well, I'm delighted by a couple of the pictures in here, and you do very rich backgrounds, which is what I like. So the step one for the background, and I've completed the background and I'm working on the flowers for one of mine, but
Okay,
the instructions had said for that first layer of color on the background to apply it vertically
uh-huh,
in pressure. The direction is vertical, the strokes are small, elliptical, and overlapping. And sort of what I found, and I think I was trying it to do it too straight line vertical, even though I was doing the circular or elliptical strokes.
okay,
But what I found is, and I press much harder than I should normally, but I found that there's sort of these rows of color, and I think it's sort of the wax build up a little bit between when I'm doing the vertical rows. Does that question make sense to you?
so the question makes sense. I'm just trying to visualize it. So are you finding that it's too textured looking? Is it distracting as a background?
So yes, it was too textured looking, although I kept working the background. So I got rid of some of the texture look about it.
Okay,
And I guess maybe the root of the question is, so when we're doing small elliptical and overlapping in a vertical direction,
got it.
when we're sort of doing this elliptical, the SES here, it's a little bit more random. It's not a vertical true sense.
Okay,
right?
I got it, yeah.
So I guess maybe the point is that if your instructions are saying to do vertical, even though they're elliptical, you still do it a little bit randomly, not, again, no, they're elliptical, but not straight up and down, right? Or rows, rows.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, it's kind of a looser interpretation of that. What project are you doing? Which one is it?
So it's the pink tulips, the one in the white base.
Okay, okay, I'm trying to remember that. But anyway, I'm going to show you a quick little fix, and you know, your timing is perfect, Lynn, because right now the very next step, if you have all finished the dark green over the entire background, what you should be looking at is something that is smooth, that is a really nice transition from dark black into dark green. But let's just say that you're not happy with your transition, that it's too harsh. In Lynn's case, let's just say that she's seeing those vertical ridges and she wants to soften and smooth them. The white pencil comes to the rescue. So that's our very next step. So Lynn, your timing is great. And I'm just going to show you guys, you may not need to use it. This actually doesn't really need it, but when I was working on it in my project, I did need it because I had a harsh black line and I colored this black and I colored this green. But I'm going to show you right now how to use the white pencil to transition the two in a very smooth way. And Lynn, this is what I would do. If you've got any type of a background that's just too textured looking and you need to smooth it out, this is what I would use. I'd use a sharp white and I'd extend into the left side. I would extend into the right side. If you even need to do it all over, you can. I've rescued some backgrounds this way with my white pencil. So I'm going over this entire middle section with white. I was doing it in a linear fashion, but I'm going to get back to doing my small rounded or elliptical strokes. And you can either watch or you can try this.
The pressure you're using?
I'm using, I'd say 2 pressure.
Okay.
And just enough to kind of make it nice and creamy and soft and smooth and happy on the left and happy on the right. Stretching it out randomly on the left, stretching out randomly on the right. My goal is a smooth transition. I'm going much quicker than I normally would, but that's because I want to demonstrate it to you. Okay, so now that we've got this stretched out, it's covered over that middle area where the dark black, where the black meets the green. Now we're going to bring in our dark green and our black pencils in a skimmy fashion. So let's sharpen our pencils. Okay, so now I'm going to softly skim my black on the black side over to the right side. Softly skim, 2 pressure, stretching it over to the right. And then on the right side, I'm going to bring my dark green, softly skim over that white section that I just did and stretch that over into the left side. And I'm just going to keep overlapping these 2 colors, these 2 pencils, until it's a seamless transition. So you should be experiencing that on your paper. Lynn, if you use the white over any of those areas, I think that it's going to work.
It feels like that's something I'm going to try.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Lynn, anytime, if you want to connect with me privately, we can work on that together.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so everybody, that is the end of this demo for the background. I'm going to put it into gallery view. I'm going to take a look at all your beautiful faces. And if you are ready to go forward, give me a thumbs up. If you are not ready, then just perfect. Okay, raise your hand if you need another couple minutes. I'm going to give you that 2 minutes. In fact, I'm going to give you that 2 minutes anyway, just so you can wrap up that bar of background. So right now on my computer monitor, it says 120. At 122, we will go to the next one. But for those of you who have finished, go ahead, give yourself a check mark. Now I do have down here that I'm going to demo removing future wax bloom. I want to talk about that now. Wax bloom is that it's a waxy substance that will arise when you are using wax-based pencils, which the Prismacolors are. Wax bloom, it happens like this. So you'll be drawing and you finish an area in, like, let's say a background, and it's a large area and you're really happy with it, and you go to bed. You prop your picture up, you go to bed, you've got all that saturated pigment, it's looking fabulous, and you wake up the next morning, you walk into the room to look at your piece, and you are horrified. You are absolutely aghast because there's this waxy film across the entire background. This is not an issue, people. This is actually a very simple fix, and I'm going to show you right now how to fix it with with this. All right. So this is a practice piece that I did a few days ago. And I'm just going to show you. I take my husband's sock. I take one of those nice soft knit socks. And I simply go over it like this. I'm firmly going over it. And I don't want you ever to worry. You will never smudge. The pencil pigment will not smudge. Even if I went over into the strawberry, it doesn't smudge. And when you do that, it restores the color, it restores the sheen, and it makes it look fresh and new again. But if you don't protect it, it will happen again. So this is how I protect it. I use a fixative. There's two types of fixatives. If I am working on my project and I'm halfway through, but I've done the whole background and I want to seal the background in, I will take a piece of paper. I'll rip up the approximate shape of the subject that's not finished. And then I put it on the ground, flat on the floor, flat on the carpet. I just cover all the areas that aren't done yet. I take this can by Krylon, it's called Workable Fixative. I shake it like that, and then I test spray it into the air next to me, away from my project. The reason why I'm test spraying it is because I don't want it to spit on my project. So then I hold it 6 inches away from my project and I spray. I spray it a couple times this way. I spray a couple times this way, horizontally, vertically, and then I'm done. I'm done. It sets it and it prevents future wax bloom from happening. When I finish the entire project and everything is done, then I'll use either that or the final spray, maybe a couple sprays, couple coats. Don't overcoat it, you don't need to. But that is what I will do. Wax bloom, people will say, oh, wax bloom, Prismacolors, I'll never use them because of wax bloom. Oh, nonsense. Just get over it. It's not a big deal. It comes up, sweep it off with a sock or a soft cloth, move on. Spray it, you're done. So that's wax bloom. If after you finish this background, you see that you need to add a little bit of touch-ups, like maybe this needs to just be a tiny bit darker right here, or you need to fill it in here, pick up your black Stabilo pencil for that. Black Stabilo pencil is not treated the same way that all the Prismacolor pencils are. You don't want to smudge over with a soft cloth the Stabilo pencil because it will smudge. So what I think is best is use your sock, get all the wax bloom up, do your tiny little touch-ups with black Stabilo, and then spray. Any questions before we move on? All right, good. Let's move on. We are now moving into, let's see here, the strawberry demo. We're going to do a portion of this before we take our 1-hour break. And we are going to flip our demo directions page. Look at that, guys. Look at that. We have finished the partial background. Give yourself a big check mark there. Then if you flip to the next page, we have finished the stem. And now we're heading into the strawberry. We are going to complete the top strawberry. We're going to do this strawberry right here. Even at a fairly decent clip, it's about a 2.5-hour demo. So we're going to break that up. Let's take a look at the pencils that we're going to need. So if you go to your demo directions, you will see this. It looks very intimidating, but please don't be intimidated. We're going to take it one step at a time. And I'm going to highlight the pencils that you'll need. Crimson red, Scarlet Lake, Tuscan Red, Black Prisma, White Polychromos. That's a different brand. That is an oil-based pencil made by Faber-Castell. And the reason why I like it is because we're going to be able to carve through some of that waxy pigment and establish white areas. Black Stabilo, our heavy-duty black Stabilo. Let's see, just Canary Yellow, White Prisma. That should do it. You want to take out your, you don't need it right now, we'll do it after lunch, but have your paintbrush at the ready, your 000 paint, your round paintbrush, 000 or 00, whatever you have is good. We just want it to be a small paintbrush. And then what a lot of people in my workshops do, and I think it's brilliant, for water, they'll take just a basic water bottle and then they'll take the cap off and they'll fill the cap with a little bit of water. And that's all you really need for this project. You don't need a cup of water, a jar of water, or anything like that. All right, so let's take a few minutes, gather our pencils, sharpen them up, and then we'll come back and we will start. All right, so while you're doing that, I'll tell you a little joke. Some of you have heard this, I apologize, but it is one of my favorites. So this man goes out and he buys a lie detector robot that slaps people who lie, and he decides to test it on his family at dinner. So he says, son, how was school today? And son said, it was good, it was good. He said, well, where were you doing during school hours? And he said, oh, I was at school. Well, the lie detector robot slaps him. And the father said, where were you really? And he said, all right, I went to the movies. I went to the movies. Well, what did you see? Oh, I watched a Harry Potter film. Lie detector robot smacks him. All right, fine. I was watching a dirty movie, Dad. Dirty movie? I didn't even know that those existed until a few years ago. Lie detector robot smacks him. After the robot smacks him, the mother said, well, he's your son, honey. And the lie detector robot smacks her. Get it?
Yikes.
Yikes. Whoops.
Whoops. She should have powered down the robot before she.
I know, for sure, right? Okay. So here we are starting with Crimson Red, step 1, page 7 in the tutorial booklet. If you don't have it, again, that's okay. And we are going to reinforce the existing seed and highlight outlines. It simply means that if they weren't dark enough bright enough for you to see. You're going to make them that way now. So mine are, but I'm going to go over them again anyway. So a sharp point's important here. And we're just going to, if you can see it, if you can see my hand here. So let's just go over your seed areas with a sharp point and just travel from one side to the other side. And then once you finish that, just darken the border outline as well. What I mean by that is this area right around here, just the border of the strawberry. Boy, I'd love to hear any jokes that you guys have. I need to add a few to my repertoire there. Anybody have a good joke? Come on. I know.
Suzanne here.
Hi, Suzanne.
If I can remember it and I don't ruin it. I've been a tour director for 20 years, so this one we used to tell before the tours.
Where did you direct tours? What tours?
In the Maritime provinces, and I also I dealt with mainly busloads of Americans.
Really?
Yeah, so we 13 days on the road.
Wow.
Yeah, a lot of fun. Anyway, there was this travel agent who was sitting in his office one day, and he noticed out the window that there was this elderly gentleman and lady looking at all of the places to go, and they were sort of dreamy-eyed and everything. And he went out, he said, are you taking a trip? Oh, no, dear, we can't afford that at our age. Well, you know what? He said, I feel really generous today. I'm going to send you both on a cruise. Fly, hotel, cruise, meals, everything. Oh, so excited. So he got them their tickets and off they went, and they were on they flew into a beautiful location, got on a lovely cruise ship, had all the wonderful meals and everything, and back home they came, had a lovely time. So one day he noticed the little old lady was outside his window, looking at all the wonderful posters once again. Out he went. He said, I'm so glad to see you. How was the trip? Oh, she said, dear, you did us a wonderful thing. The food was amazing. Our flight was smooth and calm. We had a wonderful, wonderful time. And then she looked really, really puzzled. And he said, well, what's the matter, dear? He said, was there something wrong? Well, I just have one question, sir. Who was the gentleman I had to share the room with?
Oh, that's funny. That's a good one. Thank you. That's a good one. Somebody else, do you have a joke for us? Come on. In my 2 to 3 day workshops, I will have joke competitions, and there's been some really great jokes. All right, I'll tell you another one. So this husband and this wife were celebrating their 30th anniversary. And a fairy godmother came down from the sky and said, congratulations, I'm so proud of you. You've been married for 30 years. That's so great. I want to give you each one wish. So they looked at each other, and so the fairy godmother said to the wife, honey, what would you like? And she said, well, my husband and I, we really like to travel. So yeah, that's what I think. I would like it if we could travel. Poof! In one hand were airline reservations, and poof! In the other hand were hotel reservations. So she said, thank you so much. So the fairy godmother looked at the husband and said, and you, how about you? What would your wish be? And he looked at her and he said, I would like a woman 30 years younger than me. What? Poof! He turned 90. I do like that one. Thank you for laughing. You know, it's weird when I have everybody muted. It's very hard to tell a joke when you really, you don't see response and you don't hear response. But anyway, it's a funny joke. All right, I'm rounding the bend here with the borders. Okay, so now we're ready to proceed with this strawberry. And is everybody ready? I'm going to take it into gallery view. If you need more time, I want you just to hold up your hand. Okay, so you got it. You got more time. We'll take another 2 minutes and just go ahead and outline what you already have. What we've done here is we've done crimson red to reinforce the existing seed and highlight outlines. And we've also done crimson red to darken the exterior border outlines. So we're just going to take another minute to make sure that everybody's on the same page with us. So you want to have a sharp crimson red because that's going to be our pencil that we'll be working with. Crimson red and Scarlet Lake are going to cover some major territory for us today. Crimson red is going to be colored all around these seeds. I'm calling them seeds, seeds and pits and so forth. There's more botanically correct names, but I'm just going to call them seeds and pits. And you're just going to color all around these little white areas. And we've got highlights in there, and we've got seeds. And the way it looks is the seeds are those little areas that you have. The highlights are right here, and they will need to be better outlined as we go along. And then there are the dark lines around them, which are I'm calling them the pits. One thing I want to tell you is that there's no worries at all. If you happen to color over an area, if you darken it and you color it red by mistake, no worries, because at the end, when we bring out our paintbrush and our white Stabilo pencil, we're going to be able to get those white highlights back. So no worries at all. So let's proceed. I like to start on one side and move over to the other side. And so I'm starting right here. Small, rounded or elliptical strokes, overlapping, moderate pressure. And that's all I'm asking of you right now. Just color around those seeded areas and those highlighted areas. If it looks a little blotchy, no worries. We're going to be putting enough layers on here that it will all smooth out. So here's my next question. If you could snap your fingers right now and be anywhere in the world, where would you be and what would you be doing? Never mind COVID. This is pre-COVID. Where would you be and what would you be doing? Go ahead.
This is Lynn. I would definitely be in Paris drinking wine,
Ooh.
having a little bit more wine, and a croissant and some more wine.
Oh, you're too funny. Lynn, it sounds like you've been to Paris before. Is that true?
I have, but it was really a very quick tour because I was working out of London, but I was born there. So I guess I was, there when I was a wee tot.
You were born there. My goodness. What do you love about Paris?
I don't know if I mentioned they do have some great wine. But I think beautiful, beautiful architecture, the history. I mean, certainly in America, we have an amazing country, but it's sort of a baby country when you take a look at other places in the world. And so it is always good to see the rich history of other places.
Definitely. Definitely. Thank you. That's a good one. Somebody else, where would you be right now if you could snap your fingers and be there, and what would you be doing?
I'd be in Bali.
Ooh. What would you be doing?
I'd buy batik fabrics.
Oh, nice. So what do you do with batik fabrics?
I'm a fiber artist and I use those a lot.
What do you make?
Wall hangings, quilts for,
Nice.
but they're art quilts.
Yes. Okay, so let me take it one step further. What is your preferred color palette? Are you pastels? Are you jewel tones? What do you like?
Jewel tones, and I usually work in a low contrast form. I don't mix anything with white or really light colors, but I like bright colors.
Nice, I get it. I get it.
Have you been to the International Quilt Show in Houston?
Yes.
Oh man.
What is that like?
Pre-COVID, the exhibits are doing art. It truly is.
Really?
I don't quilt, but I love the art quilts.
Yes.
They are to die for. Correct? You agree?
Absolutely.
Oh, nice, nice. I do quilt, and I have a full appreciation of that. Has anybody been to the Amish country?
Oh, yes. Oh.
What am
yes.
I? It begins with an L. Where am I talking? Pennsylvania.
Lancaster.
Lancaster.
Lancaster, yeah.
Yeah, Village Quilts there. Just small store, but gorgeous stuff.
You ever been to Intercourse?
Amish.
Intercourse has a lot of quilts too, believe it or not, and it's Pennsylvania.
Nice.
All the Amish country do, but they have little bitty villages basically that have wonderful quilts. I'd like to go to New Zealand. They have great quilts as well.
Oh, I didn't know that. And my husband and
They have I think everybody has some sort of guild someplace. And oh my goodness, that's one of my favorite places. But yeah, they have a big, I used to quilt a lot because we were transferred overseas and we lived in Indonesia where all the batik is made.
Okay.
And so I fell in love with the batik, but then New Zealand and Australia, but New Zealand, they have a lot of bright colors, more modern, sort of putting it together. So it was kind of different. And then they have all kinds of outback things that we saw. So they put a whole lot of different things together than we have in America. But it was super, super interesting.
Wow. When I taught a workshop in Australia, my husband and I went to New Zealand and absolutely fell in love.
Yes, it's so pristine, isn't it?
Yes, the mountains are stunning. The lakes are beautiful. We rented bikes and we went all around this gorgeous lake, and we were on cliffs and we were up around it and below it and just all around the mountains. I think it was Queenstown, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh yeah, it was. Oh, good for you. You know, I love that place. We were fortunate that we lived close enough to it, because probably living in America, we probably wouldn't be able to go there that often.
Right, it's a long trip.
It is, and it's also quite expensive.
Yep.
But we were very fortunate. We lived overseas several years, so that was like our going to place. Couldn't hardly wait, actually. And the zoo is pretty interesting too. So, but anyway.
Yeah, why is that more interesting than other zoos that you've been to?
Well, first of all, it's not America. You know, we go to all kinds of places in America that we get very familiar with and comfortable with.
Right.
But people just do things differently. In New Zealand, they do them differently, but they're still the same. They're just different. It's hard to explain that. But even their restaurants, the way they wait on you and what they feed you and how they feed you. But the zoo, their animals run free and you run with them in several instances. It's kind of fun. I had pictures of my.
I saw it in Australia because we were able to do that with some of the kangaroos.
Yes, I had pictures of my daughter painting them fearfully at first, and then she was just like so excited.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a good experience for all of us.
Oh yeah, it sounds like it. Definitely sounds like it. So somebody else, if you could snap your fingers right now, where would you be and what would you be doing?
I like that wine idea and buy a lake.
Is anybody going to the Caribbean?
We were going to we were going to Greece on the I think you were teaching.
Yeah, the Mediterranean cruise.
Yeah, we were going to. Oh, we were terribly disappointed.
I know too.
But we didn't make that one. But there'll be another day.
Yeah, which begs the question for my cruisers in the midst. How comfortable are you now, and when do you think you'll get back to cruising, if you'll get back to it?
I don't think we'll go back.
No, Karen, no.
No, we pretty much have probably decided if we're gonna do anything internationally, it would be it'd be Canada once Canada opens back up.
Yeah.
To places that we haven't been there, and around the U.S. because there's a lot of things to see in the U.S.
Oh, for sure. Now, Karen, you've traveled to the UK.
We lived in the UK.
Yes. Okay. So, what are your thoughts about going there?
Well, we had reservations to go last summer. If I thought that. Let's just say if they could make up their minds,
yeah,
make up their minds whether, Europe in general can't make up their minds whether they want to open up anything to anybody. That just seems to be the ongoing
it is a dilemma. It's a dilemma for every country, for sure.
And they just opened it up, the pubs and everything up to back to their own people.
Okay.
Yesterday. And so yeah, no, it's difficult. Like I said, I just don't see us going back.
No.
And we're getting up there in age to where it's getting harder and harder to take those long flights and recover from them.
Yeah. Now, what about jumping on a cruise ship in Florida once that's possible?
We would go do if we probably would do the Caribbean again.
Yep.
And we've been to Alaska and on a cruise ship.
Yep.
Now,
was that a workshop cruise? I know I taught an Alaskan one.
No, this was just Dave and I.
Okay.
Dave and I taking a cruise to.
Did you like it?
Oh, I loved it.
Yeah. So
I think the last one we took, I can't remember. We went to Denmark and Russia. Oh well, yeah, Russia and went to the Hermitage and everything.
Nice.
But like I said, doing it now, no, and that's one of the reasons why we decided to do what we wanted to do with
Yes, with
the other.
your vacation home.
Right.
Yep, nice, very nice.
I wouldn't have a problem getting on a cruise ship.
So are you vaccinated?
Yep.
Yep, so I think that's what they're saying is open to vaccinated folks. Yep.
And I have a Alaska cruise booked for next year.
Oh, do you? Are you going on Anne's?
No, I'm taking my family.
Oh, nice,
Yeah.
nice.
But I've been to Alaska before on the cruise ship. And I just wouldn't, I'm not hesitating at all.
Yep, yep. Yep.
Also, you know what I've read recently and heard from several people and sources, the cruise ship is probably the cleanest and the most strict regiment right now because of the industry itself and having the buffets and things like that. But their cleanliness is actually an A++ right now, and they're if you breathe, you're going to get cleaned or some kind of chemical to make sure you are, is what I read. So,
I think, I mean, because the CDC is being so very strict, especially with the cruise ships, I can imagine the standards are super high. Yeah. Oh, by the way, I'm working now with Scarlet Lake. I just want to tell everybody this is where I'm at. These are checked off. Working now with Scarlet Lake to enhance the red color. I'm using small elliptical strokes and 2 pressure. So we are going to be finishing in about 20 minutes, but what we have to finish, my friends, is this. We need to put Scarlet Lake over everything that we did crimson red. We need to block in the shadows with Tuscan red, and then we need to put some black with 2 layers over those darkest shadow areas. So if we can possibly pick up the pace, that would be great. We might start lunch at 2:20 or we have to finish these 4 steps before we can go to lunch. And then we'll go to lunch, we'll have a nice hour break, then we'll come back, we'll get back into the strawberry, we'll finish the strawberry, and then we will start on the glass. What I'm going to show you and what I'm going to demonstrate is this entire rim right here, which was the hardest. We are going to go as far as we can get before the class ends. And then you've got your instructional booklet to take you the rest of the way. So here we are on the strawberry with Scarlet Lake. Now, is there anybody who would go to Aruba? Does anybody like Aruba? Would you snap your fingers and be in Aruba right now?
Oh,
Oh, somebody come with me. I'm going to Aruba.
I like it there. I love the water.
I know.
But I don't know. My husband he doesn't like any warm water at this time of the year. So
tell me why. Is it because he runs warm? Does he run hot?
It's the season that we have. Okay. And he's not real crazy about warm water, hurricane type thing.
Okay.
The experience has proved to be not a great thing for him.
Okay.
He doesn't do the water really well. He loves to cruise, but he doesn't like choppy seas. So.
Oh, right.
In Aruba, you pay your money, take your chances, but you can fly there, and as opposed to the cruise environment. But it's a nice place.
We like Aruba. We like to go there and just sit on the beach, and the water is just so green, and well, I shouldn't say green, it's aqua, and you can see feet. And I mean, we're big Atlantic Ocean fans too, but you just never know what's swimming down there around your knees.
Right.
We went to Hilton Head Island a couple of years ago, and I always question when there's only a couple people in the water, because I know when I go in the water, my legs are more of a target. So we were in Hilton Head, and my family was on the beach. We had Abby and her husband Garrett, and Garrett's former roommate, his former college roommate, happened to be the lifeguard for that entire beach. So here I am frolicking in the water because I was really hot, and he was on the beach telling them the things that they needed to watch out for.
Oh, great.
Yeah, right. There had been a couple shark attacks. There was an alligator that had just come around from right. There was an alligator that had come around from the bend on the other side of the island that was in fresh water, and it would occasionally come around to that beach. And then there were tons of stingray and jellyfish attacks. So he's on his haunches telling them this. I'm in the water. And then something sliced me so deep and so hard that I was stunned. I couldn't scream. I couldn't shout out. I was just so stunned with the pain, and it just sliced my leg. And I have no idea what it was. Maybe it was a jellyfish, whatever. And so he put some salve on it or whatever, and it was fine. But 2 weeks later, it really, for whatever reason, it decided to really bloat up and get all red. So, I mean, I'm fine. Everything was fine after that. But it was just one of those things where when my family and I go to Myrtle Beach and there's a lot of people splashing in the ocean, I feel a lot safer because I figure that the risks are better. Because I'm not going to get it. Somebody else might get it.
Wow. Wonder what that was. Oh my God.
I know. Well, it wasn't a shark. We know that.
Right. Hey, you might still be wondering where your leg is.
I probably wouldn't be here if it had been.
Oh dear.
All right. Go ahead.
Scary.
Yeah, I know. So somebody else who hasn't spoken, just tell me. So I know there's a lot of you people who are out there who are quiet. Unmute yourself. Go ahead. Throw it out there. Where would you like to be right now?
Maui.
Maui. Oh,
yeah.
Have you been there before?
We've been about 5 times, and we're going this August. We like to go. August won't be the right time, but we like to go and whale watch. That's more in the winter time, but I'd live there if I had the money.
Yeah, that's very high-priced environment, isn't it?
Very expensive. Very expensive.
Yeah. Have you been to Kauai?
No, we were actually thinking of going this year instead of going to Maui. And after reading about it, I think it would be beautiful. But then we got back to Maui. We like it there.
Yeah.
Just like the little towns we can go to. And
it's good to go back when you've been there before, so you know what to expect.
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, we love it. I think you were probably sliced by a jellyfish. We live in the Midlands of South Carolina, but we can go to Hilton Head for the day and come back in a day if we want to. And I've had the jellyfish sting me before, and it feels like that, like a slice.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's not pleasant.
No. So when the jellyfish stung you before, did you have an immediate reaction, or did you have a reaction that kind of came later?
You know, it was a long time ago, and it wasn't very serious. As I recall, it was immediate. And then it kind of went away after a couple days. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Okay, so I have finished my Scarlet Lake. You probably haven't yet, so I'm going to give 2 more minutes. What is it? 2:01 on my screen. So at 2:03, I'm going to pick up my Tuscan Red pencil, and then I'm going to start blocking in the shadows. That is actually on, that is step 3 on page 9, if you do have your booklet. Blocking in the shadows. I'll show you where the shadows are going to be. I know you're still drawing with the Scarlet Lake, but I just want to show you. We're going to start using our Tuscan Red to color in over the Scarlet Lake, around the little seeds, all the way down here and up there. So this is the general area that we're going to be coloring. Tuscan Red is a fantastic pencil to transition the brighter reds into the blacks. It is one of my favorite pencils. Unfortunately, it doesn't rate high on the light fastness scale, but I use it anyway. And the Tuscan Red is, it's good. You can use it with greens, you can use it with blues, with purples. It's just a wonderful intermediate pencil to take you from the brighter colors into the deeper ones. So if you're ever doing a still life with apples, make sure you've got your Tuscan Red, because it'll transition you from your brighter reds into your black shadows beautifully. So that will be our next pencil. Okay, one more minute, and then we'll bring out our Tuscan Red.
Question?
Yes.
For the seeds that are in shadow, but you can still see a hint of them, are we going to be doing those as a last step?
We will be. We'll be using our black Stabilo to create them. And at first it may appear rather daunting, like how do I know where I'm going to put them? But we're actually going to be just doing sort of a, it's almost like a little pattern. And this is how it's going to work. We're simply going to take our black Stabilo, and then we're just going to make sort of a little checkerboard pattern. And we're just going to create it. And as we go along, you'll see that it's quite simple. Nobody will question you because all they want to see is some lighter areas of red there. And it will look very realistic with very little effort.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, I'm bringing out my Tuscan Red now to block in the shadows. And I'm going to start up here, and I'm going to swing around, come around down here, kind of cover in this area. And the stroke is the same, and the pressure is the same. What I'm doing right now is pretty much identifying the boundary of where the Tuscan red is going to go. Again, if you lose any of these little white markings that we've been very carefully trying to preserve, if you lose them, it's not a big deal. We'll get them back with either our white polychromos pencil or our white Prismacolor pencil, or the last step, the white paintbrush with the white Stabilo pencil. All right, so now that I have this border established, I'm going to pick up the pace a little bit, and I'm going to do little rounded overlapping strokes with 2 pressure, a little bit quicker than I'm normally used to doing. So if that's something that you can possibly do, that would probably help us get to lunch on time. Colored pencil is a fairly slow medium because you need to have a number of layers applied on top of each other to really get that richness of color and of hue. What are some other mediums or media that you like to work with, and why? Do I have any oil painters out there? Or any acrylic painters?
Emma, watercolor.
Tell me, Emma. So watercolor, that's a challenging one because you don't have as much control, or you have to work harder. What do you think?
That's why I like it.
Yeah. So
I like it because I like to see the water flow into the paper. I like to see, I like to let it go. I like to just actually let it go and feel it go to where it wants to. And I like that look of freedom of flowing.
So how do you go from that's a looser medium to a tighter one with colored pencil?
Well, I love colored pencil and I love the way it looks, but if I really want to relax,
yes,
watercolor is the thing that can make it flow.
Yep.
Either by adding water to my paper before I add my color, which really allows it to go. I like to do batik with watercolor, and but I just really like the softness and the way the water flows into the paper.
Nice.
That natural.
So have you taken some of the watercolor classes that Bev and Wanda have done at the villages there?
No, but I have a couple other instructors here in the villages that I've taken from that when I first got started that I really, really enjoyed.
Nice.
So I do want to get some more time and to do some of the things that they're doing there too. Yeah, but I don't know, there's just something about watercolor. It's just kind of freeing. It's like getting in that water you were talking about, and just floating around.
Oh, that does sound nice. I know both Bev and Wanda, that's their primary medium is watercolor.
It is. Yeah, and they do such a lovely job.
Oh my gosh. And they hire some amazing instructors.
They do.
For that.
They do.
For watercolor. Yep.
Have you ever done batik?
No, I haven't.
With watercolor? If you ever get a chance to take a class of batik on they use a rice paper.
Okay.
And they paint a lot of it in with wax, and then they put the watercolor over top of the rice paper, and then when you're finished, you put it in between newspapers and iron it.
Okay.
And get all the wax out.
Wow.
And it leaves this beautiful image that's left.
Wow.
So, yeah.
That's a neat technique.
Yeah. But the rice paper is just wonderful.
Yeah,
So,
that sounds fun to try. You know, I'm coming out there in October, and
oh, good.
Yeah, I'm teaching for 3 days in October, and the class, I presented 2 pictures to them, and they chose one that's a very Florida one with seashells and glass, some beautiful glass bottles with some
nice.
shells. Yeah, it's a nice piece.
Well, I'm sure I'll be there.
I hope so. It'd be good to see you again, Emma.
Yeah.
So I'm coming around.
My son is moving to the Villages, by the way.
Oh, really? Which village?
He hasn't bought a house. He's selling his house in Ohio and moving down next weekend, and will stay with me until he finds a place.
Oh, nice.
So, but he has a job down here. Yeah.
Oh, that's great. So what are the villages? What is the new village called? They were working on one the last time I was there.
Oh my gosh, there are so many that they have. St. Catherine, and it's almost, they've got land all the way to Leesburg. It's just,
yeah,
it's just exploding down that way. So it's taking off.
It sure is. Beautiful area. Beautiful place. Okay, so I'm coming to the end with my Tuscan red. I'm filling in just a little bit more here. And this is what it's going to look like for now. For now, this is what it looks like to block in the darker shadowed areas. This is with the Tuscan red. You want to have the dark because the dark is going to make the light brighter, more exciting, more dramatic, and definitely when it's against that deep black background. And of course, red against the green, that's the complementary colors. That always packs a punch too. So just to kind of show you complementary colors, whenever you choose to use a complementary color, which is the color that is opposite on the color wheel, it really creates some intuitive impact. People will look at it and say, wow, that really looks great. They may not know exactly why, but they know that it looks great. So when you make your color choices, it's always nice to know the main complementary colors. We've got purple and yellow, we've got blue and orange, and we've got red and green. When you put those together, especially when they're immediately adjacent to each other, it packs a nice wow punch that is very visual. Okay, so where am I at now? Okay, where hopefully you are at now. Tuscan red to block in the shadows. Now, we are going to get this done before we go to lunch. And it is going to mean that we're going to be taking our black Prismacolor and with 2 pressure over the darkest shadow areas, we are going to skim some black. So those darkest shadow areas, if you happen to see the booklet, they're going to be pretty much everywhere, quite honestly. Pretty much down here, you'll see that in this area, it's not as dark. So we won't be as aggressive with our black pencil right here, but definitely around the border areas. So let's do that. And let me promise to you, what is it, 2:16 p.m.? At 2:26 p.m., we will stop no matter where we're at. In fact, I'll set an alarm right now. Hey Siri, set an alarm for 10 minutes.
Your alarm is set for 2:27 p.m.
Okay, so that's it. So let's go. Again, starting at the top here. Small overlapping strokes. And we're just moving around the strawberry. I want to ask you, did anybody have trouble with the line drawing? I think that was my biggest concern with the material preparation.
It was tricky.
Okay, tell me about it.
Well, I printed off the black one.
Yep.
And then I tried to make it darker because it was still hard with the light box transfer.
Okay.
And I ended up taking a micron Sharpie, whatever it's called.
Yep.
And outlining it and using that underneath the light box.
Okay. All right. That's good.
That's what I did too. I never understand why those black drawings can't be darker. They always come out very pale in every class I've taken.
So you can adjust that on your printer. You can
Yeah.
literally go in and adjust it to make
But
it
that
darker.
didn't make it hard enough.
Okay.
I had to go over it with a pen too. And
Okay. Well, this is good feedback for me because when I do these in the future, I'll make them much darker.
This is Terry. I didn't have any trouble with mine, but I did it in my window
Okay.
and I did it in the morning when the sun first came up,
Oh, good.
and I didn't have any problem. I could
Oh,
see it.
good.
Surprised at how well I could see it. But I chose to do it at that time because I knew it would probably be the brightest because the sun comes right in my window.
Right up. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
So for all of you who don't know, which is everybody, Terry was my daughter Catherine's soccer coach and led
track
coach, field and track, and led them to numerous victories. And Terry is an amazing coach. You were so patient with the girls, Terry. And
it was fun.
you were such a good coach.
Thank you. We had a great time.
Yeah, we did. We did. And how is Heidi doing?
She's doing very well. She's still running.
She's still what?
Running.
Oh, okay.
Molly have a couple of races under their belt this spring already.
Nice.
And doing very well.
Oh, that's great.
And Heidi's expecting her third child.
Oh, when?
Not until October, November, end of October.
Okay. So what do you have now? Do you have 2 girls, 2 boys? What are your grandchildren?
I have, let's see, there's so many of them. We have 3 boys, 1, 2, 3, 4 boys, and 1, 2, 3, 4 girls.
Oh, do you really?
And 2 of them are foster kids.
Oh, that's amazing.
And 1 is adopted.
That is something. So you're a pro at this.
I-
What do you call yourself, Terry? What are you, grandma? Are you Grammy? Are you Nana? What are you?
I'm Bahi to 1.
Okay.
And I'm grandma, I think, to the rest of them.
Okay. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it keeps me busy, and it took a while to figure out how to keep up to all of them.
Sure, sure.
I had to have a knee replacement to keep up to all of them.
How quickly did you heal from that?
I actually healed pretty quickly.
Nice. Did you get 100% recovery? Are you fully a new person down there?
It'll be a year in August. So
Okay.
8 months, 9 months in.
Okay, great.
Huge difference.
Oh, wonderful.
I still try to do too much, but.
And so your knee gets painful and then you back off a little bit?
It just swells.
Okay.
Which is kind of normal.
Sure.
And it depends on what you do. Like walking doesn't seem to bother it at all.
Oh, that's good.
It was a great decision, finally. I heard it in track, actually.
You heard it in track? What were you doing?
I was running.
Okay.
And the sidewalk was a little uneven, and I tripped on the sidewalk.
So how long did you suffer with that pain before you actually had the surgery?
Too long, about 20 years, maybe.
Oh dear. Okay.
It just got worse and worse.
Yep.
And it was arthritis too, that kind of set in. So.
And it was inevitable. Yep.
Yeah. Well, they never used to do knee replacements. For younger, I probably wouldn't have had it done anyway because I was too young. But now they're making the parts so much better that they're also deciding to do knee replacements much younger.
Ooh, wonderful.
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
In case anybody needs one.
Yeah.
Well,
It's reassuring to hear that you get full healing, or that's the plan when you have one.
yeah. But it's also a good point is take physical therapy before your surgery.
Really? Why?
Because you don't realize how weak your muscles get.
Okay.
Because you're not using them the way you should be using them.
Uh-huh.
And the physical therapy builds them back up so that when you have your surgery and you go back to physical therapy the following week,
yep,
you're in much better condition, better shape. Your muscles aren't as weak as they would be otherwise.
Oh, that's good advice.
So it makes the recovery easier and much more smoother. It doesn't make it more enjoyable.
Right. Right. Yep.
That's fun. I did it. I like it.
Yeah, you got to keep up with those grandkids.
Yeah.
So everybody, what I'm working on now is I'm working with my second layer of black. It looks very bleached out on the screen because I have a light on, but I just turned my light off so you can see that it is much darker, and that's where I want you to be. I'm not going to be, I'm going to be very careful down here, and I'm going to be coloring it in with my black, and I'm going to be leaving this a little, I'm going to leave this area alone because we're transitioning from the dark, the very darkest into the lighter. So just get your second coat of black down now. Turning my light back on. So we're actually making very good time. What you guys didn't know is that we lost about 15 minutes in there, and I had to scramble a little bit, and so you have my deepest apologies for that. But I want to be able to finish this strawberry and give you as much instruction on the glass as possible before we end the class. And we will be able to do that.
Cynthia, can you lift the strawberry up at the
Yep.
That's all.
Sorry, Karen.
Thank you.
You got it. So what I'm finding, and I want to get some input here, what I'm finding is that it seems like the one-day class, at least for me, is the sweet spot. Can you guys give me some insight on the types of classes you like to take? If the project, oh, there it is, guys. If the project is right, would you commit to a 2-day class? Is it price, is it project, or is it, 2 days, 1 day? Just please give me some feedback. I'd love to know.
2 days is fine.
2 days are fine?
Yep.
Okay, great. Somebody else tell me your thoughts.
So
2 days.
Oh, go ahead.
2 days are fine. 1 day is fine. It depends on how complex the project is.
Right, but you're okay, Karen, you're okay with saying, all right, I love that project. I will commit to 2 days.
Right. I love the project. Well, and you're talking to an oil painter.
Right, right.
Who does a 6-day seminar on one project.
Okay, yep, that's true.
So, it depends on the project.
Right, right. how about some of you other ladies? Do you draw the line at 2 days? Do you say, I'm just not doing a 2-day project, that's too much time, or maybe that's too much money? Or do you say, 2 days are fine, 6 hours for 2 days, I can do that, money's not a big deal? I mean, what are your thoughts?
I
So
like
this
a
is-
day in between.
In between?
I like a day in between so I can get caught up if I need to.
Yes. Yes, I completely 100% agree. And Ann Kohlberg indoctrinated me into that when I did 3 workshops for her. And that is a brilliant idea. And for me as an instructor, I can critique your works in progress after the first day and not have to, you know, really work hard at doing it all the night before. So yes, whenever I do that, I promise you, if I'm not being hosted, my next workshop, I'm being hosted and I'm teaching a Blue Jay, and the group desired to have 2 days back to back, and that's okay. I just can't critique after the first day. So yes, every other day is good. Somebody else, do you like the 1 days, 2 days? What are your thoughts?
I like the 2 days every other day.
Every other day, got it? Okay,
Yeah.
so Dan, were you about to say something?
So this is Lynn. 1 day, 2 day is fine. 2 day alternating is good. The challenge I have.
I'm going to switch the screen now. Let's see. Go into speaker mode. Okay. So this is where we are right now. Congratulations for getting this far. For all of you, we have covered much. We have more to cover, and then it'll be done. And then you'll know how to do all of this. So right now, we are here. Step 5, page 13, if you happen to be looking in your book. We're going to take our crimson red and we're going to use firm pressure, and we are going to color over the black and the red midtones. What does that mean? It means we're coloring over everything. Everything that is colored and not white, we are coloring over it with firm pressure. What this does is it diffuses the black. When you're working with this, when you've got black down and you're using red over it, you are pushing the black around and diffusing the black. And so that's the plan here. And again, I got so many lights on here, it really looks way too bright, but that's the plan. So let's get to work. Crimson red, sharpen it up, and let's go. Coloring over everything. Firm pressure. For those of you who aren't comfortable with firm pressure, this is the time when you want to work through that, because this is where we're going to get that glossy look to the strawberries. Gee, I wish I had, let me see if that is a little bit better. Okay, so this is a print and it seems to be showing up on camera just a little bit better. But when you're really pushing hard with your red over your black, it will give you that lovely glossy look. Okay, starting all the way up at the top and heading around and down. I'm going to color over my black areas first, and then I'll move over into the red areas. If your pencil point breaks, well, it should. And if it doesn't break, then you're probably not pressing hard enough on it. So once you get that broken, jagged point, yay, hallelujah, keep going. That simply means that you're going to be able to continue with firm pressure and truly burnish this. So again, I think it's best if we burnish over the black areas first, and then we'll head east into the red areas of the strawberry. I'm going to mute. As you do this, I hope that you see that you're getting a very painterly look to it. That's my goal for you. When we apply pressure with a pencil and we've got a few layers underneath, it not only diffuses it and not only melds the colors together, but you can stretch that color out. And it's almost like if you have enough colors and enough pigment down, it's almost like paint. You really can get it to move and stretch, and it's just really nice. The more layers you have underneath your pencil when you're burnishing, the more painterly it looks. So being that we're going to be burnishing this entire strawberry, and again, apologies for how waxy it looks on screen. It doesn't look that way to me, but I've got some lights on it. So just keep going, because what you are seeing in front of you is how it really is supposed to look. So anyway, as we're doing this, we can chat a little bit. And so here's my next question. You are now somewhat familiar with taking Zoom workshops or doing stuff online. But most of you, many of you, I've seen in a travel workshop where I've traveled there. What are your thoughts about the future? Do you prefer Zoom and you're just going to keep with Zoom? Or do you prefer traveling? Are you going to do both? What are your thoughts?
I'm going to go to, it's Oklahoma, OKC Painting Palooza in October.
Uh-huh.
And that's a week long in Oklahoma City.
And is this your first time out doing something like that, Karen, since the pandemic?
Yes.
Okay. And how are you feeling about it?
Well, let me explain.
Okay.
We've been doing food pantry at our church.
Yep.
Since the pandemic started last year.
Right.
Drive-through, but you know, the way I feel is that, you know, things have got to eventually open up. Right. I don't see that they can stay closed forever, and the cases are down. I know here, in Oklahoma too, but you know, I think I'm not too. I think it's going to go all right because I know the people that are running it. One of them is my favorite oil teacher.
Oh, nice.
So you know, if they felt anything about being uncomfortable, they would have called it off again this year.
Okay.
So.
Good. Well, that's a vote of confidence for that.
Right.
So Karen, it sounds like you're back to traveling, back to going to workshops and such. Are you still going to do Zoom workshops?
Yes.
Okay.
If a teacher is available to do Zoom, I'll do both. My problem is right now, because we're building our house and we're not sure when it's going to close.
Yep.
This one is probably, I've been trying to hold off on doing anything this summer because we don't know when the house is going to be finished.
Right.
But no, I would continue to do Zoom too. I mean, the only issue about traveling now is it's not so much I'm uncomfortable about traveling. If I have to rent a car, it's as expensive as the darn plane ticket is.
Yeah, I know. Well, you know why that is, right?
Yes, I know what it is. There's no, we're having the same issues here in Texas.
They sold off their fleet. Most of them sold off their fleet. Yep.
Well, there's hardly any cars in the, even in the dealerships here.
Yep.
So yeah, no, yeah, that's the one bad thing is that it's, I'm taking a class in January in Parrish, Florida.
Okay.
Plane ticket is gonna be, the car rental is as expensive as the darn plane ticket is.
So you, in February of next year, you've already found
January.
that out?
January.
Oh my gosh, I have to rent a car when I go to the Villages in October, and I didn't, and that's, I mean, that's far away, and I thought, oh, everything will be fine by then, but.
Well, I'm kind of leery. We're going up to Spokane to check on the house in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
You know, praying and hoping there's a rental car when we you know, set up for it, but there's no guarantee.
Right.
So we'll see.
Spokane,
Do you
where?
really need a car?
Yes, I really need a car. Yeah, I can't.
Spokane, where?
Eastern Washington State.
Well, that's real close to me. I
Where
live
are you
in
at?
Wenatchee, Washington.
Oh, okay. We're building a house in Newport. You know where that is?
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So we need a car.
Yeah.
To say. So yeah, that's the only bad thing.
So have you already rented it? Now you're wondering if it's definitely going to be available?
It's a small, as she know, I don't know who was talking about Wenatchee.
Alice.
It is small.
Okay.
Airport.
Yeah.
And there's no guarantee that,
Nope.
you know, how many cars there will be, because we went to Baltimore to see our son who's at the Naval Academy.
Uh-huh.
And that's a bigger airport. There were no cars.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
So yeah, it's scary.
Yeah.
And you live,
Now, Cynthia,
you're living in Florida?
Who, me?
Pardon?
Whoever is speaking about there's.
No, I'm in Texas.
You're in Texas.
My husband's from Spokane originally.
Oh.
So yeah, we decided once the pandemic hit that our traveling days were probably over on overseas. So we decided to look for something for a vacation. And Spokane is the fifth most popular place to buy or live right now.
Yeah.
Interesting. Oh, nice.
well, Cynthia, you can use a golf cart when you're in the Villages.
Oh, don't I know it, sister? And I have, but I'll tell you.
And I can pick you up at the airport. You can get a golf cart and you can just have a good time.
Well, thank you. And I got to tell you, I had an experience of being in a golf cart. My friend came and joined me. And they said when we got the golf cart that goes 18 miles an hour with your pedal on the metal, they said, now you can't go on the main highways, you know, and if you go down here and you go there, then you're going to be stuck and you're going to be on that main highway. Well, I don't know if I listened or not, but anyway, all of a sudden, my friend Sherry and I were literally on that main highway with 4 lanes of traffic, and everybody started honking at us. And I said, Sherry, you must be looking really good because everybody's honking at you. So we just kept going, you know, 18 miles an hour. And finally, somebody yelled out the window, "Get off the road, get off the road." So I was able to get off the road, and I was pretty shaken. In fact, I was so shaken that when I got off the road, I missed the turn to pull into this this golfing place. I just went right on the lawn. I just drove over the lawn. I was so shook up. And so somebody said, "Lady, you really need some help. And where are you supposed to be?" I said, "Well, we're trying to get back to Spanish Springs." He said, "You know, that's about a half an hour away in the golf cart." We had gotten so lost with all those little tunnels and bridges and all those little golf cart paths. We didn't know where we were because we'd gone to Lake Sumter. So he said, "Listen, you just follow me." So my friend looked at me and she said, "Follow me." Yeah, said this, what was it? She said the fly to the spider or something, the spider to the fly or something. But anyway, I knew what she meant. In other words, she didn't trust him. But I had no choice. So I followed him and we stayed at a good distance, and he was such a kind soul from the Villages, and he got us right back to a grocery store in Spanish Springs.
There you go.
There you
go. But there
go.
is an app you can put on your phone so you can have
everybody told
Navi
me
in your
that.
golf cart.
Oh, yeah, that's assuming
Oh.
you're good at that. But so,
Mm.
well, yeah, maybe I'll try that. If it's anything like GPS, that's good because I like my GPS phone app.
It is. It's just like it.
Really? And so
So,
even though, so you're going down all those paved paths that border the golf courses, it still knows where you are?
yep, takes you right there, tells you what tunnel to go under.
Oh.
You know just exactly what to do.
Wow. Well, that's
Yep.
very liberating because I felt
It is.
so stupid.
So,
Well, that's good to know. Yeah, I stay at the Marriott in Spanish Springs, and there's a car dealer, there's a rental dealership, I think it's a Hertz, right next door, like literally right within walking distance from the Marriott. And it's been great. But if what you guys are saying is a thing, then I got to be really careful.
yeah, you do.
And I should get online and try to book it right now. I mean, like this weekend.
Well, even if you book it, there's no guarantee it'll be here when you get here.
Oh, that's not good. How can they do that? How can they not give you a guarantee?
They just do. My friend's been coming back and forth because she has a place she's renting out, and she's had a couple of times she's had difficulty with Hertz getting a car, and they're like,
really?
People just come in and get them, and they're like, well, we don't have anything. It's like, what do you mean?
Even though you have
I reserved it. Yep. Nope. Yeah. Even though you reserved it, you may or may not get it.
Goodness. Because now,
so how about,
you know, the studio now, it isn't on the Village's property. It's down the road there in a little strip mall.
That's true.
Oh, well. Well, I'll figure it out.
But you could take your golf cart as far as you can, and then someone can pick you up and take you to the studio.
Yeah, that's what, I mean, Bev always offers that to me. There's always a way to get there. I just like to be a little more independent, you know, just in case I need to decompress or whatever.
Right.
But yeah, if that's the deal, then that's the deal. All right, my friends, we are at this point. I'm hoping you are able to get your crimson red over your black and your red, basically over the whole strawberry. I'm going to give you 2 more minutes to catch up. And as it's at 3:47 p.m. on my computer now, so at 3:49, we're going to head over to step 6. Step 6 is going to be, you know, just that's where things are going to start to really happen. So I want everybody to be with me. Even if you haven't finished step 5, I want you to be with me for step 6. So take 2 more minutes and get caught up on step 5.
Cynthia?
Yeah.
You were asking about preferences of Zoom and classes.
Yeah.
You know what? We've discovered Houston should have a Colored Pencil Society chapter, but they don't. And Houston is so very large. But what we tend to do is meet in smaller, maybe 15 to 20 groups, people in a group, or in my case, I have people that come to my house in very tiny groups, 4 to 10, you know.
Linda, wasn't I doing something with you and Seal?
Yes.
So you've got a big group together there.
We do, but you know what? She's just now said that she's ready to get back. She's been home. And she's ready to get back. Hubby's going to have surgery and things like that. So the summer is probably going to be a little iffy. Yep. But what I've discovered in the group itself of my friends, they're older for one thing, most of them. Yep. And so what they're saying is they will drive, like for us, 3 hours, 4 hours, spend the night, that's fine. 2 days, that's fine. Even if it's 2 days in a row kind of thing, that's okay. Right. What's not okay primarily is so many people have medication. They have to travel in airplanes and things like that and take all of their things. They would rather not. Right. They want to see what's going to happen this next 6 months to a year. Yep. You know, that's primarily what they're saying. So Zoom for them is sometimes it's technically not a good thing. But once you learn Zoom, it's really quite good for people, who are shut in and things like that. So it's sort of a mixed match here. And with the gas situation and just in general, trying to fly someplace and get a car, that's a real hassle for people who already have to take a lot of stuff to go to a class. But
Yeah.
I think in general, we're going to see a new way of doing things anyway. Just because of the situation of our nation right now, we have to figure out what it is that's important to us. And if you're in an age group that's say 65 to 75 and try to, you know, that's a different thing altogether for the COVID as well as for travel.
Right.
So they would rather have people come to them.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a catch-22 right now.
It is. It is. I know. I'm feeling the same way. I'm feeling the same way. I'm not, the only travel I'm doing for teaching is the villages in October. And then I'm just doing the same thing over the next 6 months, seeing what it looks like. And then deciding what to do next year. Plus with having grandkids coming and, you know, 2 right away, instant family, my daughter.
I know, that's wonderful.
So yeah, so a big part of that is going to be me taking care of them a few days out of the week. So, and we're actually building a house too. We bought a peninsula on a lake. And so we're building a beautiful lake house. So we're in that process now as well. So it's just, I don't know, I just take it as it comes. We'll see.
Right, right. The Zoom classes though have proved to be really good for a lot of people. Financially, they're ordinarily cheaper. Even if they're 2 days, they're cheaper.
Yeah.
Then you could travel, pay for your food, pay for your room and all of that. So I think if more people would be open to Zoom, to learning it, I think you would see that would be a benefit to all of us.
Yep. Yep. I definitely favor Zoom as well. All right, guys, we're going to jump right in. So right now, if you take a look at your directions, you'll see on step 6, we're going to use the white polychromos. This is a harder core pencil. It's an oil core. We're going to carve through pigment, the existing red pigment, for the white and the light markings, the seeds and the highlights. What I mean is that, for example, if you've got a marking that it didn't stay white, we weren't able to preserve it, you're able to reclaim it right now with this pencil. Maybe I want to curve this marking. I want to curve it around a little bit. So that's what we're going to be doing with the white poly. Then we will take our black Prismacolor and we are going to very lightly, and can I just say lightly, can you just, wherever you are, just say out loud, very lightly?
Very lightly.
Thank you. Very lightly. We're going to go around the seeds and create the pit areas. If you go heavily, you will rue the day because that mark is going to be a little challenging to distribute around there and disperse and just soften. It's going to be hard. So lightly is the term that we need to do. And then we'll use our white Prismacolor to lighten or correct mistakes. So here goes. Pick up your white poly. And now we are going to, I'm just going to move from left to right. And I don't want you to overthink it. Just follow along with me. And if you don't get it right, can I just tell you, it's not going to matter. When you're done with your strawberry and you look at it, you know, you have to walk away because you're going to look at it and say, oh, this isn't good. I mean, I say that. I've done this exercise several times. And then when I walk away and then I come back and I look at it, I say, oh, okay, that looks like a strawberry. I'm pleased. So just take your white pencil and just kind of make firm carvings into your existing white, maybe curve it around a little bit so it follows the form of the strawberry. This little curve. We've got some background noise. I'm gonna mute. There we go. So just curving it around. Not everything gets curved, but you know, we just want to have some light seeds here. So in some cases, you may have covered up a little seed, colored it in instead of colored around it. So I'm just reclaiming it like this guy right here. And because it's a fairly random pattern, you really have to work very hard to ruin it. You cannot ruin this. You will not ruin it, I promise you. As long as we have some curved markings that are going in the general proper direction, you are going to be fine. Remember, this is just one strawberry, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's going to be a collection of strawberries. So please don't feel like any mistake is going to be critical. It won't be amplified because you've got enough strawberries. Now, if your hand gets tired, I really think that it will, or your shoulder or whatever, just stop, shake it out a little bit. It's okay. Even if you don't finish the whole thing, at least I'll demo it for you. Remember, if you can't carve through the pigment, if it's just not working for you, that's okay, because our final step will be with a paintbrush and the white Stabilo pencil, which is an aquarellable pencil, which simply means it's water soluble. So we will be able to paint white on. Right now, we're paving the way for that. Just pushing with some pressure on this pencil. Picking up my crimson red and being a little bit more intentional about the outside of these two seeds in the highlighted area. A couple seeds. Okay, so I'm going to give you another minute to, no, I'll give you a couple minutes because I'm sure this is taking a little longer to finish using your polychromos pencil to just reestablish some of those white areas. And then in a couple minutes, we're going to pick up our black Prismacolor and lightly, very lightly, very lightly, we are going to color the thin black areas that are surrounding the seeds. Those become the pits.
Are we going to do that lightly?
We're going to do it lightly. Can you say lightly? I say that because I've practiced these demos several times, and every time I practiced, my hand was just too heavy. Even though I thought it was light, I ended up having to really correct because my black was just too black. So it's sort of like the way I drive. I have a bit more pressure than I would like on my lower extremity and my hand. I just press hard. So 2 more minutes. It's 4:02 now. 4:04, we will pick up our black pencils. Okay, ladies, let's get started. So we're going to start in the upper left, and I'm going to bring the camera in really tightly, which means it's going to look really micro-focused and usually pretty ugly, but it's what I need to do. I wonder if my camera will even focus. Hold on. Let me see if I can get it to focus on something. So it's refusing to focus, so I have to back it out. Okay, so I'm in the red area. I'm in a bright red area, and I'm going lightly, really lightly. I'm defining that white seed. This is actually adding depth. It's creating the pit. I'm using 1 out of 5 pressure. Ultimately, we will be coloring crimson red over it, but the darker you make that, the harder it's going to be to keep it soft looking yet still distinct. So just keep it in the 1 zone and just go around your seeds.
And Cynthia, all the seeds, even in the darker areas, right?
Oh, I'm looking at the original. So let's see. Here, and let me point out that in a couple of these areas, you'll be going around it, but the white mark above it is the highlight over that mark. So some of these have some of those curved white areas are not actually seeds, but they're highlights. So as we proceed together, I'll show you where they are. But yes, let me just look. That's dark, dark, dark. Yeah, pretty much everywhere except where these 2 white areas are, and there's yellow seeds in there. Yep, it's pretty much every seed. So let's go, let's do this together. In the darker areas themselves, it's not that big of a deal. But when you get into the redder areas, you just have to really be light. So as we proceed, let's talk about creative inspiration. How do you stay inspired creatively when you are working on a colored pencil project that may take weeks? How do you get that creative fix in your life? Do you look at magazines? Do you go online? Do you look at things? Are you a photographer where you can get that instant gratification with taking pictures? Do you switch over to quilting? Do you sew? Just tell me what you do to stay creatively inspired when you're in the middle of a colored pencil project.
I play music. I play the piano or one of the other instruments.
Oh, that's a great idea. What do you prefer to play? Do you classical or contemporary? What do you like?
That's my favorite. Yeah, classical is my favorite. But then there's the ballads and the kind of songs that you just sing along with forever and ever, ever. I grew up in a family that did all of that.
Oh, that's nice.
They all sang beautifully and all, but I can't carry a tune in a bucket.
But but you can play, so you can accompany them. That's great.
Yes, right. I'm actually losing my hearing. So the last 10 notes on the keyboard, they just sound like clankers, but I can play up higher now.
Really?
I mean, yeah, life's that way sometimes, but
Well,
I don't know how to.
What are you going to do? Are you going to get hearing aids?
I have them. And when I go to classes like your class, if we were teaching it,
right,
I have a microphone. I mean, there's always ways to fix yourself if you can possibly do it. I have a microphone that if you're willing to wear it, I can still hear what you say. Of course, you shouldn't go to the bathroom with it on. But
I know. So I've taught workshops where people have had hearing disabilities, and I just make sure they're right in the front. I make sure they're in the very front row.
Yes, at first, at first it was difficult to admit it. And I didn't know that I'd learned to read lips. But the truth is, once you get it out there, you can do something about it, and people are more than willing to help you.
Yes. Yep, for sure. What are some other thoughts? Some of you ladies who enjoy color pencil, but you have other creative interests. What do you do?
Well, grandkids are going to absolutely blow you away.
Oh, yeah?
You always get them to come over, and they always have fun.
Oh, that's going to be good. I have no idea about that. Everybody says, oh, it's going to just be the very best thing ever. And I'm assuming they're right. I just haven't had that experience yet. That's all.
Oh, I think you'll be telling us stories in no time.
Oh, good.
And
Good.
teaching them jokes.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
It's not only one you're having, but two.
I know. Thank you for reminding me that. I'm very overwhelmed about that.
You know, the truth is that I known it was going to be so much fun, I would have had the grandkids first.
That's funny.
They are a true joy because you can let them go in a different way. You're not having to, we're always teach everybody, our friends or whatever, we're always teaching something or learning something, but children are so open, and we're so much freer, I think, as a grandparent, at least I am, that I don't know, we just have fun, plain fun.
Yeah. Oh, that's nice. That's really nice to know.
My daughter, who's a high school teacher, gave me a plaque, and she said, "Oh yeah, Mom, you just have fun. You fill them up with sugar and send them home."
Send them home. I know, I've heard that.
My daughter, go on.
No, go ahead. I'm done.
Okay, my daughter called yesterday, and my 10-year-old granddaughter Kira has to get glasses.
Okay.
She's not upset about it. She was upset that she couldn't gotten them yesterday.
Oh.
But her middle sister said, Kira's gotta wear glasses. Kira's gotta wear glasses. And I said, Ella, I said, don't push it too far. You're probably not too far behind.
Yeah, right.
Oh, but she's my contrary child too. Ella is.
Okay.
She's the one who cuts her hair all the time.
Oh my goodness.
Oh yes.
Well, they all have their sweet personalities. I've got them from like 5 years old all the way up pushing for 50.
Oh,
and yeah, and they're all are just so different.
Right, right.
But those first ones, oh, you never forget those moments. I don't know about you guys, but I took so many pictures of that little boy in all kinds of ways, I think he even remembered it as a baby. No, I'm just teasing, of course, but you just fall in love all over again.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to it. How are we doing with the black? Is everybody doing okay? I'm going to go into gallery, and I just want to take a look at you, kind of just look up at me. And if you're doing okay with the black, give me a thumbs up in front of your face. All right, that's good. Maria, beautiful Maria. Okay, good girl. Lynn MacArthur, how you doing? All right, my ladies. I am very happy with you. Keep going. Even if it looks like, oh, this just is looking terrible, I promise you it will get better. We're in the middle of the lake right now with our rowboat. We pushed off from the edge with high hopes and great inspiration, but we're in the middle of the lake. We're kind of in that ugly section right now. So hang in there with me. I'll bring you across.
Get that golf cart.
That's right. That's right.
Well, I'll tell you a twin story.
Oh, good.
I have twin grandsons.
You do?
I do. They're going to be 21 years old.
Oh,
And
my
what a
goodness.
joy twins have been.
Really? Tell me what.
And I can tell them apart, but their grandfather has not always been able to tell them apart.
Okay.
And the funniest story is when the boys were down in the basement playing with their cousin and came running up, and AJ looks at his grandpa and he says, Grandpa, Jacob is picking on Alex, and I am not Jacob.
Oh, that's
He
cute.
wanted to make sure the blame was given to the right person.
The right person.
So,
Oh,
that's
fun.
right. But they have been wonderful, and they are, even in college, they're tight. They just love to be together. They're their best friends.
And I do hear that with twins, that it helps the mom a little bit because the twins do play with each other and keep each other company.
Absolutely.
Oh,
Absolutely. They can finish each other's sentences half the time.
Wow.
So, but they can be little pranksters too,
I'm
especially
sure.
if they look a lot alike.
Right, right. Which in Abby's case, they won't. They're fraternal. So they won't
Okay.
look alike. At least that's what she's been told.
Well, that's good.
Yep.
Actually, you won't have my husband's problem. So, but they are delightful, and they like to do things together, and they've always just played together. They've just always played together.
That just
So
makes for happier kids. Instant play.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so I finished the black, everybody. I'm hoping that you have too. So that means we can give ourselves a check mark right here where it says black Prismacolor to lightly color thin black areas. Now we're going to take our black Stabilo out, and we are going to create sort of a checkerboard type of a thing on the left-hand side, because we need to show our viewers that there are indeed seeds on the left-hand side of this. Let me just see if I can turn off this light. Okay, I've turned off this light. It's going to be, I wonder if I can turn this. I mean, I can turn off all these lights. I just don't know if I can see to draw. So this is what it actually looks like. And no, I won't be able to see to draw, but you're going to see my hand, and this is what we're going to be doing. We're going to start right up here, and you're going to get yourself into a zone. So we're working with negative space here. Negative space is that we're going around to create what the borders would be of the seeds. So you're leaving little areas red in there, and you're just doing like this little patchwork framing. And believe me, whatever you do is going to be okay. It doesn't have to look like mine. You just have to leave some sort of elliptical areas of shapes. You're just creating little ellipses around. Oh, I'm just terrible at explaining myself, but I'm trying to show you that you are drawing the borders of little ellipses so that the interiors remain a reddish black and they look like seeds. If that doesn't make sense, I'll try again. But do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Can somebody tell
Yeah,
me?
we're giving the illusion of the seeds with the black.
Right.
You're framing them. But here's my question. You said earlier that if we have wax bloom, you would not want to wipe over the black stabilo.
Yeah, you're not gonna get the wax bloom with these strawberries, and you are gonna have black stabilo over it. So yeah, you don't wanna go with a sock over your strawberries. Honestly, if you did, it's not gonna be a big deal, but because we're using the stabilo so much, I probably wouldn't, especially over this strawberry and when you do this strawberry down here.
Well, if we weren't in class, would we be wise to wait and do that last?
Yeah, I think you could. You absolutely could, and then spray it. But I didn't have wax bloom with this. I finished all of the strawberries when I did the project originally, and then I sprayed. And so I didn't have any trouble with wax bloom. The wax bloom is really going to emerge with your background. So your background is where you can just plan on it. So just plan on it, have a soft sock or a soft cloth ready, and then just go over it and then spray. But meanwhile, as we travel down the length of this strawberry and you're creating, it almost looks like fish scales or snake scales, but it's really just the illusion of seeds. And it's good to have a sharp point when you're doing this. This way, it just makes the delineations a little bit cleaner. And it doesn't look so fuzzy. All right, coming to the bottom. The bottom is the very darkest. That's where it's in deeper shadow. So you don't have to be quite as precise down here. And you can add a little bit more black with perhaps even more pressure. I'm actually bringing it to a 3 pressure. On the far right side where it's abutting the other strawberry, this is where you are going to really color in some black there. Just enjoy it. It's just, you know, layering over it. This is where the deepest shadow is. Whenever you're creating shadows, you're instantly adding depth and dimension. You just want to make sure that they feather out a little bit into the surrounding red so that it's not a harsh line. Okay, so now that we've got that done, and most of us have it done, and if you don't, why don't I give you another minute? It's 4:24. We need to finish this demo in about, I'm going to say 15 minutes max. Are you feeling pretty good? Do we need to jump up and do a little quick exercise? Or are you feeling alert? If you're feeling alert, stick your thumb up. All right, you're feeling alert. Okay. The last class that I did, we hit the wall. I think it was at 3 o'clock. And we were all just kind of in that zone. So we dropped our pencils on our tables, we jumped up and we did about 3 to 4 minutes of stretching exercises, a little bit of jogging in place. It was fabulous. Everybody was laughing. And we sat down and we were renewed and able to finish. But I think you guys seem to be pretty alert. So we can just work through that little exercise session. So 1 more minute, it's 4:25 now. Give you 1 more minute to finish that little checkerboard area on the left-hand side, and then we will go to the next step. So take a look at your black outlines, at those little marks that you made around your seeds. It's quite possible that with my overly anxious admonition there, you didn't put as much black as you should have put there. So just take a look. Are you able to see the black? Is it there? You want it to be there, you just don't want it to be super harsh. So take a look at that now, and if you need to add a little bit more, go ahead. I'm actually doing that because I scared myself into not doing it. But I'm going to be a little bolder. And so go ahead and just, if you feel like you need to identify those black areas a little better, go right ahead. And the next step we're going to do is pick up our white Prismacolor. You'll see on the demo directions that I say white Prismacolor to lighten or correct mistakes. What I mean by that is if you have anything harsh looking, the white Prismacolor will soften it. Let's take a look at this thing right here. So it's a little harsh. And I was a little aggressive with my black pencil. I'm simply taking the point of my Prisma and just softening it just a tiny bit. Looking around, is there anything else? I mean, the whole thing is a bit of a mess right now, but that's okay. We're going to get there, and the white pencil will soften anything that you feel needs to be softened. So just take a moment with a sharp white and just soften anything that you think needs it. Okay. Now we're going to step 7, and I'm going to assume that we're all set with the black Prismacolor. We're going to pick up our crimson red now. We're going to burnish the brighter red areas. The brighter red areas are up here. They're the ones that are not in the shadow. So we're going to give them some more pigment, bring them to life a bit more. Sharp point, if it breaks, no worries, just keep going. Go over your little black marks. As you do that, it diffuses them. This is the pencil and this is the pressure
to make your strawberries shine, your strawberry shine. When you put your black,
What color again?
I'm using crimson red. And when you put your black background in, you will be amazed at the beauty of the contrast. Traveling from left to right over the red areas. Not going over the black areas. We don't need to. That left shadowed area is good. Going in and around those highlights up there. The key is saturated color. If you lose any white areas, don't worry, we'll get it back with the paintbrush. Okay. Now we're going to pick up our Tuscan red and we're going to lightly color in some of the darker red areas, including around some of the seeds. Again, working from left to right. So we've got, you'll notice we've got super dark area here, but we've got transition area right about here, a little bit of a transition area down here. And that's where we're going to be bringing the Tuscan red. So to show you, it's going to be right about here. I'm using moderate pressure, rounded overlapping strokes. Not going everywhere because I want to keep this area right here bright, but just about right here and just about somewhere down here. Coming up into this. Now, before we skim red over these these shadowed areas, because we are going to skim red over the white spots, the seeds there, we may need to, and in my case, I need to better define them around there. So I'm taking my black Stabilo pencil and I'm going around those little white seeds and reinforcing them. When we add the red over it, it will look a lot more natural. Okay. So where we are now, we did the Tuscan red. We are now going to take our crimson red and we are going to lightly and with a very sharp point, we're going to skim over the reddish highlights and the seeds. So that's not everywhere, but it's definitely down there in the darker area. So with lighter pressure, it's going to look like this. We'll start down here at the very bottom. I'm skimming over. And yes, that looks a little bit too bright for it being in a dark area, but that's okay. This is just step one of that. Just skim over these seeds. And when I say skim, it's because I want you to preserve some of the lightness there. Like I don't want you to turn it into a fully red area, but just skim over it. So that you can still tell that it's a seed. But that it still has a little bit of light showing. It might be hard to do because of the oil from the polychromos pencil, but just keep skimming over it. Now I'm heading up to the far left side. I'm skimming over that. And basically what we're going to be doing now is we're going to be going back and forth over some of these seeds to either add red or yellow. Very, very lightly, very lightly. The ones at the top sort of have a whitish look to them. We got to take them down just a teeny bit. Skimmy, skimmy, light pressure, light pressure. Now some of these seeds are yellow. Let me see what step we're on here. Yep, canary yellow is next. So sharpen your canary yellow and over some of them, and it can be wherever you want to put them, probably more up in the brighter sections. Just go in the middle there and color up over some of those seeds with yellow. Because we know that strawberries do have some yellow seeds, some are red, some are white. It just depends on how it has ripened. They have ripened. I'm actually being quite liberal with my yellow just because I think it's so pretty. Okay, so now I want you to pick up your white polychromos pencil and sharpen it. In a couple areas, we've got some yellow seeds down here that need to have a bit of a highlight under them. If you don't have it already, just do a little U shape underneath a couple of the seeds. This one is a good one. This one is a good one. Just a little U underneath the seeds. If you go too deep into the red, just go like that. All right. Pick up your Prismacolor white pencil. And now what we're going to do is we're going to softly blend the edges. We're going to blur some of the edges around these big white highlights. It's a sharp Prisma. And we're just doing tiny little rounded circles around the edges of the brighter highlights. Just because we don't want super harsh border lines there. We want it to blur into the surrounding red background. And that may mean dragging some of that red into the highlights. That's okay. We'll do the same thing with these unusual shapes here in the center. Sharp white going over the edges just to kind of blur them. Anytime you want to blur something, you just do tiny little overlapping circles that bring the interior stretched out to the exterior. Okay, so right now, we could spend a lot more time on it, and I probably would. In fact, I know I would. But take a moment, take 1 minute to just use your red pencil to color in any areas that need to become redder all the way around. Anything that needs to be redder or smoother, just use your red pencil. If you need to push some black into the strawberry and smush it around a little bit, go right ahead now. Because our next step is painting. So anything that needs red, outline, anything, just use your crimson red pencil right now. Because we're coming to the end of this demo. Okay, so take your water bottle and pour yourself a little cap. Pour water into the cap from your water bottle. You don't need to fill it. You won't need an awful lot at all, I promise you. Okay, so this might mess up my project, but I want you to see what I'm doing. So I've got my little cap of water right here. Pick up your white Stabilo pencil. It's the Stabilo one that says aquarellable on it. Pick up that and sharpen it. This is a technique that I discovered quite a while ago when I wasn't able to get my highlights white enough on a flower petal. And I thought, oh, what if I try this? And it worked. This technique is also good for little catch lights in the eyes when you're doing portraits and you lose that white highlight. You can get it back with this. This technique is great for little sparkling drops, dewdrops, water drops. It's great for whiskers, cat or dog whiskers that just get muddy or that you color in and you didn't mean to. They really bring them back. This is great for reflections. I mean, it's a wonderful technique. And if you ever enter something into the Colored Pencil Society of America exhibition where you are required to use 100% colored pencil, this is a really good technique to brighten up your whites because this is a pencil that is allowed. So take your paintbrush like this. I'll try to do this so that it's easy to see. All right, I'm dipping my paintbrush in the water, I'm flicking off the excess. And then I'm stroking the paintbrush across the tip and loading pigment onto it. And now I'm going to come right here and I want to brighten that. So I'm dabbing. I'm going to dab it down here. I'm going to dab it here. I'm going to do that. I think I'm going to make a little dibbity dab right here. Now here's the neat thing. If you do this and you did it wrong, let's just pretend the last one I did was wrong. Let's say you're doing a catch light in an eye and it suddenly made your portrait look cross-eyed. You can take the pencil, see this, look at me. So you can take your pencil and you can just color right through it by jingo and you can start again. So that's the beauty of this. So everybody take your paintbrush, dip it in the water, shake off excess drops somewhere other than on your project. Very gently stroke it over the tip of the white Stabilo pencil. You're just loading pigment on it. And by the way, the wetter the point of the paintbrush is, the more translucent it will be, and that's not always a good thing. So you're going to want to strike a balance where it's not too wet, it's not too dry, and that way your white pigment will stick to the paper. So just go anywhere that you want to make it white. For example, this curve right around that seed. This curve right around that seed. And if you don't have curves around any of your seeds, no worries, you can make them. So you're just going to use your little paintbrush. If you want the curves underneath your seeds down here, you can do that. And once you start becoming unable to get the paint to work, then you just do it again. You dip your paintbrush in the water, shake off the excess drops, stroke it across the point of the aquarellable Stabilo, and then just start painting. So this is where you can pop in highlights within the seeds or around the seeds or pretty much anywhere you want. Now I think that this area right here, I'm going to create a seed in there because it just looks a little bit too white. Maybe a seed here. This is the back and forth step where you go back and forth and you say, do I like that? Do I like that? back to the painting. And I think the painting is a whole lot of fun. And it really sparkles up whatever you're working on. It just adds a little dazzle, a little sparkle. And of course, sometimes you need to do it again because it might be too opaque when you do it the first time, or maybe too translucent. You just need to hit it with a second coat. So alas, we must go on, we must move on, but I'm hoping that you got the gist of this particular technique, and you can finish your strawberry on your own time, and you can send me what you have if you'd like. I'm here. And if it was a complete disaster and you're not happy, I'm here for that too. You just tell me what you'd like. Before I finish, I look at the bottom here and I say, I think I need to do some skimmy black over that because it's just a little bit too bright. So I would use my black. Maybe I'll bring in my Tuscan red. Again, when you get to this point, you're making some decisions that may not be in my tutorial. You just have to decide based on your project what it needs. And I'm looking at this and saying, I see these seeds are in shadow and they need to stay in shadow. They can't be bright. So I'm sweeping some Tuscan red over them.
Cynthia.
Yes.
On the yellow, mine, I think needs a lot more yellow, but the canary yellow isn't going to show up. Could I use the watercolor?
Yes, absolutely.
Color, I do have them, believe me.
Yep.
Pencils.
Yes, you can do that. You can paint in your yellows if you want to. And you can use any water-soluble pencil. Stabilo does have a very nice yellow pencil that you can use too, but really, I know you have all the pencils, Karen. Derwent Inktense probably has a nice yellow too.
Okay, thank you.
But for everybody out there, the Prismacolor Premier pencils are not water-soluble, so they won't work. They're wax, they won't work. But if you have a watercolor pencil, it's actually called water-soluble pencil, it will work. You can paint the yellow into it. Or you can just push like the Dickens to get the yellow into it. But we have to move on because it's almost 5 o'clock here, and I really want to get you going on that glass across the rim of that bowl, the glass bowl. So gently move aside your bottle cap with the water in it because you don't want to spill it on you. Where we're at right now is we finished the white Stabilo with the paintbrush, crimson red to touch up the edges, white Prisma to soften any harsh edges of highlights. All right, give yourself a big fat check mark. That was, my friends, the hardest demo. You got yourself through it. If you're not happy with your strawberry, please don't feel bad. That was probably intermediate. Yeah, I would say that was an intermediate demo. And so you did it, you got through it. And now we're going to go to the next page. And that's the glass bowl rim. So the glass bowl rim, on the original, it's very nice, it's subtle. In the booklet, because it's a printed type thing, it's going to look a lot more vibrant. Let me see if I can. Okay, so maybe it's a little bit more vibrant because it prints out that way. And then when I did my sample, I went even more vibrant. So that's up to you. If you're more about the rainbow of colors, or if you want to keep them softer, that's up to you. Like I said, I have a heavier hand. But the whole idea is to have the reflections of the light, of the strawberries, of the green in the background, of the black in the background, the table underneath. It's just to have all of that bouncing around in there to give it that dazzling look. And that's what we want. And it's way more pronounced when you have that dark background and that dark foreground. Incidentally, when you're doing the foreground, it's pretty much the same technique as you're doing with the background. But what I want to show you is that to get my name on there, I took my white pencil, and this is in the tutorial booklet. I took my white pencil and just created a lighter area with my white pencil. And then once I did that, I took my black Stabilo and wrote my name. So that's the technique of being able to write black on black for your signature. Okay, so let's take a look at the pencils that we're going to need for this next demo. The glass rim. What do we have here? Camera's coming in. Oh, I think we need a joke right about now. Let's see. Let me think of a quick one here. Okay, so I went to the dentist the other day and he said, you know, you need a crown. And I said, finally, someone who understands me. Because I'm the queen, right? I'm the queen. All right, here we go. 50% cool gray, black Prismacolor, dark umber, white Prismacolor. Oh, we're really using a lot of pencils in this one, guys. Black Stabilo, violet blue, cobalt blue hue. You're just going to be grabbing all your blues. That's what it comes down to. True blue, Spanish orange, canary yellow, olive green, marine green. Pretty much taking all of our pencils out of our mugs or whatever you're keeping them in. Lime peel, crimson red, Tuscan red, and there you have it. So let's grab them all. And you know what's really going to help you is if you put them in order. So if you put them in some sort of order next to you, what I do is I'll have 2 erasers. And with those 2 erasers, for the step that I'm working on, I'll take my first pencil, which what is it? It's 50% cool gray. So I'll take that out and I'll put it right here. And then my next pencil is black Prismacolor, so I'll put it next to it. And then dark umber. So you get the idea. So if you have these next to you in some order like that, it's going to be a lot easier to find them in the progression that we'll go on. And you don't need to sharpen every single one until you use it. So don't feel like you need to sit here sharpening 10 pencils. You don't. You can do it as we progress. I'm going to give you 2 more minutes. It's 5 o'clock right now. At 5:02 on my screen, I'm going to say, all right, everybody, let's start. If you do have the tutorial booklet, you can go to step 6, page 15. I'll put this in front of you on the screen right now. So we will be starting in 2 minutes, but I'm just going to tell you what we'll be doing. We'll be creating those gray sections, but we're only going to do it halfway across the rim. Yes, we could do it all the way across the rim, but that is going to mean it's going to take longer than what we have time for. So in order to get you so that you completely 100% fully know exactly how to do this entire thing from beginning to end, we're going to stop. I'm going to say we're going to stop right here. Yep. So with our gray pencil in another minute, we're going to start drawing these little shapes. And that's all they are. They're shapes. And I just want to tell you, if you draw the shape wrong, who cares? It doesn't matter. You have a lot of latitude. This is a fun demo. You don't have to get this in the right spot. You don't have to get it the right shape. The whole key to this is that it's colors. It's colors going bing, 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 bing. So I just want to give you that assurance. And now we're going to start. 50% cool gray. Go ahead and give it a sharpen. If you need to erase anything within there, let's just say that you got smudges in there from the strawberries, or maybe black or green smudges. Go ahead, erase those smudges. It's always good to start out on clean, fresh sections of paper. I'm going to come in a little tighter here. Okay. All right, here we go. By the way, this right here is not part of the bowl, it's a part of the stem. So I'm just going to make sure that we don't do anything with it. In fact, just so that you know that it's not part of the bowl, I'm going to go like that. Okay, here we go. My pressure is 2. If you make any mistakes, that's okay. It's not too late to use your Tombow Mono Zero eraser. One little thing that you want to remember is that you want to erase on a scrap piece of paper before you actually erase on your paper, because you never know if there might be a color that's on the tip that could go across your piece of paper and smudge it. So just prevent that by erasing on a scrap piece first. What you'll notice with this is that these shapes, again, they're just shapes. They're following the curvature of the bowl's rim. So even if you mess up, just as long as you've got some curves going on there, it will look believable. There's a technique called the grisaille technique. It's Griza, I mean, that's not the spelling, but it's pronounced grisaille, and it's Grisaille. The grisaille technique is where you color and draw everything in shades of gray and black. You're basically doing an underpainting with gray, and that is how you determine the values, the darks and the lights of something before you even apply color. So the grisaille technique, you nail down your detail, you nail down your values, and then you apply color. And it's a wonderful technique. We're actually doing that a little bit here with our gray pencil. If you ever really need to decide if you are getting it right, if you're getting your darks and your lights right, I want you to squint. Look up at the screen, and I want you to squint. Just squint at what you're seeing. You should, if you're squinting, really squinty-eyed, you should be seeing the bright whites over here. Those are your highlights, those are your lightest values. Your deepest darks are right here, and your midtones are the reds. That's how you can tell what your values are, is to squint. It's just a very simple thing. Squint and you'll see them. Once we get the framework for this down, the rest is just adding color. It's just very enjoyable. We'll darken it with a little bit more with the black and the gray, and then we'll blend it with the white, and then we'll add some color, and that will be very enjoyable. I think we're getting to the end of it. So many different shapes. Again, if you don't get them the same way I did, well, that's okay, because every time I do this, it comes out a little different. It's just a whole bunch of curves and swirly shapes. But we do have to move on so I can show you how to blend and darken and color. So I think that is where I'm going to stop with the gray. So if you need a couple minutes to catch up, that is fine. Let's do that now. It's 5:21. I'm going to bring the camera in just a little bit tighter. If you don't have it exactly like this, it's 100% okay. We just want you to have some curved shapes that show the form of the rim. 5:23, we're going on to the next step. So 2 more minutes to outline those gray areas.
Cynthia, can you show the original one more time?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
So hiding the light from that, there it is.
Right. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So the next thing we're going to do is take our black Prismacolor pencil, and we're going to intensify the darkest areas. So those areas are going to be here. So just follow me, and we're just going to, now that you've got the basic pattern out, the hard part is done. Now we're just going to be intensifying, blending, adding color, blending. So here we go. Starting on the left-hand side with our black Prismacolor, and we're darkening a portion of this little curve right here. I'm just doing overlapping strokes, little rounded strokes to bring me around the curve. Then going back, coloring in just a little bit here. Coming around again. Lightly coloring so that it's more gray than black, right there. Then I'm creating this tiny little triangle there that looks like that. Lightly going over this section right here. Coloring it with 2 pressure. Bringing it up here. And over. You can always go darker. So it's nice to have light to moderate pressure because you can always go darker. If you go too dark right away, it's a lot harder to lighten it. So these two areas right here and here are where the strawberries are. So why don't we just put we'll put a little black in here just like this, not over the whole thing. But let's take our crimson red and let's color in those areas so we know not to mess with them because they are the strawberries. All right, I'm going to get back to the black. Okay, so I just heard from one person that her internet is getting a little wonky. If it fades in or goes out, that's all right, just go with it. We'll keep going here, and then you will have the recording. We're coming to the end of intensifying with black. The next thing we'll do is we will pick up our 50% cool gray. So we finished this. Now we're going to pick up our 50% cool gray to deepen the gray areas. That's going to be fairly quick just because we did a lot with our black pencil. So where would those areas be? Well, let's see, we did that. It's pretty much going to be right about in here. Just we're going to color in here. Just going to add some grays in here, down here, right about here, over here, and that's it. Next, we'll pick up our dark umber pencil, and there are some areas that appear brown. Those areas are primarily in the center. So we are going to color with our dark umber here, skip this, go here, over here, here, and there. So what's that going to look like? That's going to look like this. Right about here. I'm using 2 pressure. Leaving a little area alone right about there. Coming in with my pencil again. Making sure that line is there. And then using 2 pressure over above and below. Right up there. Do a little curve here. Okay. Within this triangle here, we'll color it. Make a line right there. We'll color that. This is good. This is good. Okay. Right underneath here where the strawberry is peeking through, we will use our dark umber. Extend it over, leave a little bit of white there. Color, color, all the way across that bottom section. Over here, then we'll stop. Bring some brown in, right about here. Slide some brown down over that. And that's good for the brown. Give yourself a few check marks here. We finished step 7. Dark umber over the brown appearing areas is done. Now the next thing we're going to do, step 8, page 18. Before I start this, I'm going to go into gallery and I want to take a look at you guys because I want to see if you're with me. Does anybody need a couple more minutes time to get your browns in and to finish that area? If you need time, raise your hand. Okay, you got it. You got 2 more minutes. At 5:39, we're going to go in for the next step, and then we'll have the last step, and that'll wrap up our day. The next pencil we'll be using, and you still have an extra minute, but the next pencil we'll be using will be our white Prismacolor if you want to sharpen that up. Okay, here we go. What this Prismacolor pencil is going to do is it's going to blend and soften and create the lower layer for us to add color to. So I'm starting on the left-hand side and I'm starting all the way over here. I've got a sharp point. I'm using between 2 and 3 pressure, but this is the creamy blending step. This is where we're taking our black and our gray and we're blending them together so that they look rather painted. It's the smoothing out step. Now I'm going to go just a little bit quicker. It's never good to hear, is it? That's not fair to you. I'm not going to go quicker. I'm going over everything with my white pencil. I'm using some pressure because I want to blend and blur those grays and blacks together. I want them to look smooth and lovely and soft and fabulous. Right now we're going for texture. We're going for texture, not so much color. Because the next step will be putting all sorts of colors over these blacks and grays. So for now, we're just blending and blurring and smoothing. Now this area that I'm doing right here, it's a fat area, and I want to put in there a little bit of detail. So it's going to look like this. I'm simply going to carve through it with my white Prismacolor point. A little scoop. Just a little scoop. So if at all possible on your end, try to do that. And then continue, proceed. Proceed with your white pencil to soften and blend your grays and your blacks. You don't need to go over the white areas. Let's just keep them as clean as possible. Terry, did you get back on okay? Can you hear me? I see you.
I did.
You did. So what do you think happened? Was it your Wi-Fi?
It is. It's a common thing in this development.
Okay.
That it goes out or has trouble at certain times of the day.
Well, I'm glad to see you're back with us.
Yeah, but it just
it can be unnerving, I know.
Yeah, especially when you're doing the lip of a bowl.
Yep. Yep. All right.
So Cynthia, you're blending the browns too, I see.
I'm blending everything. Yes, ma'am. I am blending, and I'm going for texture. I want that blurred, sleek, painterly surface. And then after that, we're going to go over all of this with some beautiful colored pencils and bring some color to it. And just so you know, I really go a lot slower when I'm doing this on my own. So if you're all feeling rather rushed, well, I get it because I am too. But I want you to get the basic technique down. So here's the dealio. It's 5:47. We're rounding the bend to come to the end, but are we anywhere near it? No. But I'm going to take you step by step. You jump off whenever you need to leave. I get it. That's all right. I have a feeling I'm going to go about 10 minutes over. But if you need to leave at 6, my time, you are welcome to. That's what I promise, is to get you out of here on time. But I'm just going to proceed now. I'm going to pick up my black Prismacolor because this is the last step. This is where we're going to be going over those grays. And this is where we're going to be adding those really cool colors. And it's going to look like this. I'll pick up my black Prisma and I'll darken, well, where did you go? And I'll darken some of these darker areas, maybe with a little bit more, but we've already done an awful lot of black Prisma. I'm just gonna jump right into the colors now. The colors, I'm gonna pick up my violet blue. And violet blue is primarily going to go here. It's going to go here, here. Let's just do that together. Violet blue is a luscious color. I just love it. So let's just put some blue in right about here. Let's put it over here on the side in that tiny little triangle. Let's bring it down here. Softly. I'm going to say 1.5 pressure if that's possible, 1 to 2 pressure. Down here at the bottom, softly bring it in here. Right about here on the edge. And then where we created that little scoop, we are going to scoop again just above that. Over here, there's this very cool little wispy line. We'll put violet blue over that. And then over here, this is an eye-catching piece, this curve. And so we're going to take a little bit of time to get this right. As it bends around the corner, just try to be as smooth as possible. Extend it out. So skip a line, skip this middle one and head over to the one right over here and do the same thing. Just color over it with your violet blue. Let's see, what do we have here? And that, let's see, right in here, very gently make what looks like an eyeball right there, a very unique shape with your violet blue. Draw a line coming from it. And then one line across the top, right about here. All right, that's going to be it for the violet blue. We'll pick up the next pencil, which will be cobalt blue hue. We don't need to do that. We're going to skip that simply because we have so much violet blue. Let's bring out our true blue, which is the lighter blue pencil. Lighter blue pencil is going to go, we're going to head all the way back to the left-hand side, and we're going to add some of the true blue. In some cases, we're adding it a little bit over the violet blue and extending it out. We'll put some here. And basically what we're doing is just adding another color to the mix of beautiful colors in this glass. Put it right here. And that's it. That's it for that. Now, if you can pick up your Spanish orange. Even if you're not done with the blues, that's okay, because I want to show you how the Spanish orange really jazzes things up a little bit. Spanish orange is we're going to start on the left and move to the right again.
think that's about it. Maybe we'll put some right here too. Yep. Okay. Canary yellow. We're not going to use that right now. What I want to pick up right now is your olive green and your marine green. Have those next to you. Olive green and marine green. Okay, so on the left-hand side, I'm going to color over this little section. I have olive green in my hand. We've got some green over here. I'm actually going over some of the violet blue. Got a little bit of green down in here. Down here. Okay. Right inside that little area that we made as an eye, put some green in there and then pop a little bit of black in there, just a little. Over with some green. And now pick up your crimson red. This is an important pencil because it's going to restore the reds and it's going to tie it in with the strawberries. So where we see it right about here. We see it right in here, and we will get this section a little bit darker. Just a bit underneath the blue, but not completely covering the yellow. Inside, between the blue and the yellow over here, and then down, bring it out right here. Over this line on the left lower bottom, even though we're putting red there, we'll be putting a little bit of blue over that to finish it off. We'll put it inside here. Right up here.
over the blue line right here. Inside here. Okay, pick up your dark umber again. Dark umber, we're going to go back in and we're going to darken this upper area here. It's more in shadow. Just slide it across this area, deepen, darken. Just slide it across. The greens and the blues that we have underneath it are good. They give it nice value. We may pop a little bit more in there, but for now we need to darken it. Down here as well, and very lightly over that lighter area. Let's pick up our violet blue and now let's enhance some of those blues. Let's go on the left-hand side and let's use a little bit more pressure. Let's commit some deeper blue to these areas. And this is where you're going to say, where do I want it to be really that beautiful blue? Do I want to extend it out here or do I just want to do it here? This is where you're going to start saying, maybe I want it here, maybe I don't want it there. I happen to really love this pencil. Now, even though it looks a little sloppy now, because it will, because we're just kind of willy-nilly putting some color down, we will do a final smoothing with our white pencil. As we're doing this, do you have any questions? Anything that we've covered today that you have some questions about? Okay, well, feel free to email me anything that may come to mind. Maybe you want to pick up your black, you want to darken a few areas. I'm going to darken this area with my black. Give a little bit of punch to that area. Darken this area. This area. If as you're moving along, you need to reclaim a white area, that's what your Prismacolor will do. So for example, around here, I want to put a little whiteness around that little eyeball that we drew. So I'll use my Prisma to just create that. And now, even though I would spend a lot more time on this, I'm now going to show you what a final blend is going to look like. So right here on the left-hand side, I want to create a little bit more white, and then I want to soften. I'm going to soften and blend this right here so that it all melds together. And then I'll keep going. I'll do that with the green. And everything now is going to come together and be blended and softened. There's not going to be any harsh color, no harsh pigment. Everything needs to be smooth, just like glass would be. And this is the burnishing technique. How are we doing? It's been pretty quiet. Maybe this is feeling a little intense. Somebody tell me how you're feeling.
Suzanne here.
Hey, Suzanne.
As you're burnishing with this white, you're staying in each of the colors separately.
Yep, and some of them I'm kind of smushing together. So like,
yeah.
So for this one, I mean, it's really just personal preference now. And if I were doing this by myself, I would tweak it and over tweak it. But here, like here, I'm just using this to blend it together. But here, I'm staying just in this little section. And maybe I feel like, ooh, that's too white. I need to stretch out some of the blue. So I'm going over the blue and stretching it into some of the white. It's just,
Okay.
it really is honestly back and forth. And what I'm creating right now doesn't look 100% like what I did with the original. Every time I do this, it looks just a little bit different because there's just such a pattern here. But that's the beauty of it. Yours is going to look different too. All you want is to have the essence of reflections. Reflected glass, it's picking up a lot of these colors. How does it, go ahead.
Sorry, does it mud? It like part of mine seems to be muddied up.
Okay, if it's muddied up, that's okay. Sharpen your white pencil. Let's say that this, I'm going to go into an area that could be muddy. All right, so say that I want to take this area right here and I want to turn it white because I actually want to make it become yellow. So if your area is muddied, and just even though this area isn't really yellow, I'm going to make it yellow. So I'm going to unmuddy it with my white pencil, sharp white, pressure. All right, it's now unmuddied. Now I think I'm going to take my Spanish orange and color it in. So you can unmuddy any area that you want with a sharp white and pressure. We have done this demo. I mean, this took me almost 2 weeks to do part-time. So it just takes a long time, and to condense it all into one day, I'm doing it in one day only because I just kind of feel the pressure to do that in one day. I couldn't really justify 2 days, but it gives you an idea of what to do. The tutorial booklet goes into it in detail. I mean, you'll see each picture. This is, let's see, we start with page 6 where let me bring this camera. Page 6 is where we are showing you how to get those shapes. We did that. You did that. Okay, that's step 6, page 15. Then you would go to the next step, which is step 7, where what we're doing is we're adding some black and we're adding more gray and some of the brown. Then we would go to step 8, and step 8 is where we're using the white Prismacolor to blend and soften and burnish. But when we do that, we lose some intensity. So then we head over to step 9, and step 9 is where we finish it. And step 9 takes the longest because you're working with more black, you're working with all those different colors, you're working with white, and you're just tweaking the shapes and the colors and the values. But I can assure you over time it comes together. So if you're working and you say, oh, my piece looks muddy or this looks muddy, no, it doesn't look muddy, not with white pencil. Sharpen your white pencil. Let's do it one more time. Let's just pretend that, let's just say, oh, I want to make this area, red. So that's already red. That's not a good example. Okay, all right, let's just play with this tiny area right here. I want to make that a little bit more interesting. Sharp white, it's actually erasing, it's carving through. So I want to make that area, I want to add some red right here. I mean, I guess what I'm saying is that your white pencil will enable you to do anything. Even if you think you've made a mistake, no. That white pencil will get you back to basically clean paper again. And don't be afraid of the dark. Don't be afraid of your blacks, because when you bring in some serious black Prismacolor or Stabilo, it really packs a nice punch. So right here it's good. You may even want to do it right here, right here. Just remember that your background is going to be black. So you may not need as much black within here as you might think you need. But anyway, the black really does give it depth and make it come alive. Any other questions? Oh, come on, you got to have a few questions. Lay it on me because we're done.
Mine does not look anything close to yours, so.
Yeah.
I
Mine,
got lost a while back and I haven't been able to pick it up.
Okay, where did I lose you?
my form for me
So
looks
the gray?
completely different than yours.
Well, you know what, Karen, here's the funny part. My form looks completely different from mine too. So, I mean, here's that, here's this, here's that, here's this one. I mean, it comes out different every time, but nobody is really gonna know. You want to have the essence of shiny glass. And to make it look shiny, you need to have your darks, you need to have your bright white highlights. And honestly, if you can't get that white back with your white Prisma, which I do believe you can no matter what, you can use the painting technique, paint it back white. That's the most important thing, is those whites and those super darks, and then sprinkle your color throughout. You can see the colors in the booklet. You can see where we've used blue. Let's just pretend that I want to change something dramatically. I want to change this whole thing right here. And I want you to watch me, because you need to change something, really, really change something and bring it back to the where it was, or start fresh. Really press on your white to give you a blank canvas again. And then let's say you want to, what do we want to do here? Let's say that you want to go out here and make a really sassy blue line. You can do it. And then, you know, go over it with your white and maybe fill it in with some red. I just don't want you to feel discouraged, because your white can take you back to step one. And when you put this down, because you need to put this down. We've been working on this all day. Right now, you're not liking your project. You're annoyed with it.
Yeah.
But, yep, I get it, because I've been in classes too, and I know what that's like. But when you put it down and then you go have dinner and you come back and look at it, you're going to say, hey, that's a strawberry. I got it. Hey, that's a very smooth background. I'm not done with it, but I know how to finish it now. And you're going to look at the glass and say, well, doesn't that just look like a kaleidoscope? But when you finish your background and your foreground, it's going to look glorious. All right. Is anybody in tears here? Can I see some smiles? Can I just see some smiles? I just want to see a few smiles here.
That was hard.
Oh, okay, so what was hard? What was the hardest part for you?
The rim of this.
The rim is the hardest. Okay, you guys would agree. Okay.
Yeah.
So how did you feel about the strawberry?
I love the strawberry.
Loved it.
bad.
Yeah.
I loved it too. I just need to work on depth.
Okay, depth is darkness. All right, good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it.
If I
I was
had
very,
a,
go ahead.
sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
If I had a suggestion after doing this,
Sure.
we went through it so beautifully, and you're wonderful at leading us through there. But at the end of a day like this, you're tired. And the one thing that I really wanted to learn was the glass.
Okay.
I almost feel like the glass should have been first and make that successful, and then go into the rest. That's just a personal thing. Because right now I'm looking at my beautiful strawberry and I've screwed it up with this damn glass.
Okay, I received that. Now, okay, so just to tell you, I wanted to do the background first because I wanted people to feel comfortable and to feel like they have success right away. I really felt that if we started with the glass, I would lose people. I felt like they would get frustrated. So maybe we could put the glass in the middle. What do you think?
That
Yeah.
probably
In the middle at least.
So put
In
the,
in the middle, I would also say the strip at the top, maybe just a little thinner, because we're going to be slower than you. And I actually sort of did that for most of it. I did a thinner strip for the background.
Okay.
But I agree with the premise of start with the background to get everybody in the groove.
Okay.
It may even be that we do the first stem and then the rim and then the strawberry or something, right? So we sort of still build into the glass. But I think even, you know, a part of it is the strawberry, which is very large and wonderful. It maybe was too large for those of us out here, right, that are going to be a little slower at it.
So the size of the strawberry, I understand what you're saying. You printed it out the exact same size as my original.
Yeah.
And I have done classes before where I have shrunk the size so it's not as big as my original. But I've often felt that I've cheated people out of having a full-size piece by doing it that way.
Yeah.
What do you
I agree. Yeah. And I think that's fair.
And it's
I
not
tried
really
to
big,
shrink it and it wouldn't let me.
Okay.
But then I'm not very good at.
Well, okay, so the stem was a winner. Like everybody can do the stem. You felt successful with that.
Yeah.
Karen?
It'll be nice when we can watch again
Okay.
our own, especially like I got behind when I lost connection. And when I lost connection, I was on point. And then all of a sudden I lost connection and then I just never really regained the
I get it, Terry.
impression.
Well, and
But I'm looking forward to watching it again.
Okay.
And I can stop my computer at some point if I want to, or you know, I can see exactly what you did at that time. So I'm looking forward to that.
Exactly. Okay. So
Cynthia,
yes.
I cannot imagine doing this if you made it smaller.
Yeah,
It would be very hard to do the detail.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
That's why we had to have it this size. And the
Yeah, the
reason,
size is beautiful.
so
Yeah.
the reason why we did that strawberry, and let me put it back onto the picture of that strawberry. The reason why we did that is because I needed to show you everything with it. I needed
Yeah,
to
for
show
sure.
how to get that dark area and how to create
There was a lot
that.
there. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
how to create
a
that
lot.
checkered area, then how to paint it. Like if I'd
Yep.
chosen this strawberry or even this one, totally different technique. So that's
Yep.
why I wanted to choose the hardest one to go through. But I receive what you're saying about the rim. Now I'm teaching this class again next Saturday, and I'm thinking, I should put that rim. Maybe I should put that rim before lunch a little bit, maybe, and then after lunch, just really work on the strawberry. What do you think?
I think so. Yep.
so.
Yeah.
Well, what about doing some of the grays and the first couple of colors on the rim,
Okay.
just to get the initial shapes down.
Yep. Yep.
And then, because I think that's it's an intense thing, and then come back to it when
Okay.
you've gotten some of the shapes.
Sort of like what we did with the background and the stems. We did half the background, then we did the stem. Then we
Yep.
went back to the background. Okay, so then maybe before lunch, I'll work with the class to just do the gray shapes down. All right.
I have one idea.
Okay, Crystal.
For a short demo, you could do the whole background process, all the different layers in just a short demo rather than doing the whole strip. And that way people have a lot more time to focus on their strawberries and their rims.
So how
And they can do the demo, the background, obviously on their own. It'll be way easier. That's just an idea.
So I think the way to do it shorter is to make it a thinner strip, because the whole idea is to drag that black into that green. So maybe a thinner strip. Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
I got it. All right, ladies.
Thank you.
Wait,
Thank you,
don't-
Cynthia.
Wait,
Great class, great class.
don't go. I just have to wrap it up here. So, okay, so first of all, I just want to say thank you for coming.
Thank you.
And this has been great. I want you to send me a phone photo whenever you're comfortable. Send me a phone photo, and if you hate your work, send it to me anyway, because you're going to work on it. But if you don't want to send it to me, that's okay. It's not required. If you choose to finish this and post it on Facebook, please tag me so I can see it and I can say something wonderful about it, because I will. My webmaster will put together this recording. I'm not sure if lunch is going to get deleted out or what. I'm not really sure, because this is actually my first time doing my own Zoom. I've taught these classes where my different hosts have done it. So you will get a link to a video recording. And let's see, anything else? Okay, just one more thing. This is the next project I'll be doing. This is in June. It's on my website if you want to sign up. You'll learn the specular highlights, how to do the bird and how to do the fence. And that's about it. So thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. And you loved my jokes, right?
Absolutely.
Yes.
All right, good. And I love yours. All right, good night, ladies. Enjoy the
Good night.
Thank you so much. It was wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye, Cynthia.
Bye.
Thank you
Bye.
very much.
Thank
Bye.
you.